Good evening. Before we start the meeting, I'll ask the Vice Chairman to read the opening statement.
We are summoned here to make decisions which bind our authority from time to come. Let us do so in an atmosphere of dignity, goodwill, respect and calm. May those decisions be just and fair and in the long-term best interests of the people who live and work in our beautiful county of Dorset.
Thank you. So welcome everyone to our July full council meeting. The arrangements for tonight's meeting are slightly different to our main meeting, following the government's announcement that the social distancing rules will continue until the 19th of July. Dorset Council is continuing to hold meetings virtually. For this evening's meeting, all members of council will debate the items on the normal way and will take a minded to decision at the end of the debate. I will then ask the appropriate officer to take the formal decision under the extended delegated powers for openness and transparency. I would just like to say that we have a long meeting ahead of us. And before we move on to the agenda, I would like to request that members do not repeat what has already been said by others. Whilst I know how irritating it is when another councillor gets the opportunity to speak before you do, I would like to manage our time in the most effective way this evening. So agenda item 1 is apologies. Do we have any, Susan?
Yes, Chairman, I've received apologies from Councillor Mike Barron and Councillor Shane Bartlett.
And can I say, Madam Chairman, apologies from Councillor Derek Beer.
Thank you very much. Okay. Agenda item 2 is the minutes. As this is an informal meeting tonight, we can only note the minutes of the last meeting. The minutes will come before us again at the next formal meeting for ratification. So agenda item 3 is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Please. Okay. So we are already on to agenda item 4, Chairman's announcements. We heard today of the sad passing of Honorary Alderman Anthony Biles. The funeral of Honorary Alderman Biles will take place on the 3rd of August, and the Dorset flag will be flown at half-mast at County Hall on that day. I've invited Councillor Louis O'Leary, a good friend, to say a few words of tribute. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Chairman. Alderman Anthony Dennis Walden Biles, known as Tony, served Melcombe Regis South, number 2 ward on Weymouth and Melcombe Regis Council from 1959 to 1968, then Radipole 1968 to 73, and then on the Weymouth and Portland Borough Council from 1973 to 1980, as well as Dorset County Council for Weymouth District number 3 from 1977 to 1980. Alderman Biles came from a family deeply involved in Weymouth politics, with his uncle George serving as mayor during the 1940s. The Biles family ran the post office on Rodwell Avenue for many years. An avid Arsenal fan, horse rider, member of Weymouth Amateur Dramatic Club, Weymouth Operatic Society, and the owner of Biles Brothers News Agents, he retired from the council to become sports editor for 2 Counties Radio in 1980. Alderman Biles served as mayor of Weymouth between 1971 and 1972, where he presided over the opening of the former North Quay Council offices opened by Princess Margaret. He is the last surviving mayor of the pre-borough council days. Alderman Biles achieved resounding election results in his time as mayor and was described as one of Weymouth's most photogenic and best dressed councillors. He was also the youngest being elected to the council while in his 20s. Alderman Biles was well loved and well known in Weymouth, and his passing marks the end of an era for Weymouth that we will all be sad to see pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Unfortunately, I also have to report the recent death of former Dorset County Councillor Geoffrey Brearley. I've asked Councillor Darrell Turner to say a few words in tribute.
Thank you, Chairman. After completing his training at Sandhurst, Jeff was commissioned into the Dorset Regiment, which later amalgamated with the Devonshire Regiment to form the Devon and Dorsets. Shortly after that, in 1964, he transferred to the Parachute Regiment. He served in Cyprus, Aden, Ghana, and before returning in 1988, he took up the appointment of Territorial, Auxiliary and Volunteer Reserve Association Secretary in Northern Ireland. On retirement, Jeff moved to Charmouth, where he was very active in local government, representing the Marshall of Bell as a Conservative councillor on Dorset County Council for 11 years up to 2013. His positions during this time, including Cabinet Member for Transport and Vice Chairman of the Dorset Police Authority. Jeff passed and is survived by his wife, Veronica. My personal early recollections of Jeff was in the county elections in 2005, where I stood against him and was very, very close. Jeff came up to me afterwards, a little relieved, and said, "You bugger, where did you get all those votes from?" He was a truly nice man and greatly respected. And to your duty, sir, swift passage. Thank you.
Thank you for that tribute, Councillor Turner. I believe Councillor Christopher would also like to give a short personal tribute to Mr. Brayley.
Thank you, Chairman. Geoffrey Briley was a Dorset councillor for some 12 years, and for many years he lived in Whitchurch, Canonicum, 100 yards away from our house before moving to Charmouth. You could gain a lot of wisdom from listening to Jeff, whether in his study or at council meetings. He was a total professional. If he did not know the answer, he would get the answer. He was very active in the council, as has been said before, most noticeably in respect of highways and transport. He was direct, he was to the point. His career was illustrious, including commencing with the Devon and Dorsets and also commanding officer Colonel First Para. He didn't dwell on the dizzying heights of his military career. He was, however, so proud of having been a Para and a Dorset councillor. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Christopher. I hope you'll all join me now in having a minute's silence. Thank you very much, members. Moving on, we go to agenda item 5, public participation, questions and statements. And I'm going to invite officers to read out the questions and statements submitted by members of the public. Question 1 will be read by Matt Prosser.
Thank you, Chairman. So question 1 is submitted by Toby Branston. Dorset Council has signed up to addressing the climate and ecological emergency. Therefore, can they answer why they're prepared to put over 800 houses on organically farmed fields in wool with high levels of biodiversity, including at least 10 priority species of birds, such as corn bunting and yellowhammer, plus brown hares? For reference, priority species are those that were identified as being the most threatened and requiring conservation action under the UK Biodiversity Action Plan, UK BAP. The identified fields are important for several priority species of bat. All species are protected, which feed nightly on the abundant insect population of over 300 recorded species. These fields are also the most diverse botanically in the area due to being managed organically and sympathetically for wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We will receive a response to this question from Councillor David Walsh.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Branston, for your question. Like all councils, we are required to meet our area's housing needs, as well as addressing the climate and ecological emergency. Environmental constraints are very important considerations in decisions about the most appropriate sites for development. We have consulted on a range of potential development sites and will be considering all the responses carefully before making any decisions about the sites and policies to be included in the next stage of the plan preparation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh, for that concise response. Question 2 and 3 will be read by Jonathan Mayer.
Good evening, members. 2 questions submitted by Russell Todd with a short preamble. The Broad Oak Residents Association has recently been involved with a planning application, and as a result of engaging in the planning process, we believe that it is unfair and lacks rigour. It is not particularly clear how the process works, and now having taken part, it would appear that the process is obliging the objector to second guess what the applicant might say in response to your objection. This has the result of making your objection overly long and potentially unclear. For the first question, the planning process does not automatically notify neighbours that an application is starting or ongoing, and if the applicant fails to put up a notice to find out what's going on, you have to constantly refer to the Dorset Council website. Not everybody uses the internet, and it can be difficult to find planning applications that are relevant to your immediate area. I would have thought that Dorset Council has a duty to inform those with neighbouring properties, or has a process of notification that allows for those who do not have access to the internet or do not use it. And then the second question from Mr. Todd: when an applicant makes a statement, why does Dorset Council not require evidence to support that statement? Most people keep records of business or receipts for other purposes, and it would not be hard to add this to an application. There does not seem to be an overarching view of individual planning applications and how that affects what's going on beyond an individual application. A series of individual applications in a small area can have significant impact on roads and services, but this is not accounted for in the current process. The Broad Oak Residents Association, that the committee review the planning application process to create a fairer system that has some rigour to it, so that all parties involved in an application can have some confidence that a fair decision has been arrived at and that the process is not leaning one way.
Thank you, Jonathan. We will receive a response from Councillor David Walsh.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Todd, for your question. Dorset Council sets out its consultation commitments in the adopted Statement of Community Involvement. All applications are publicised via site notices, which allows neighbours and other local residents to be alerted to planning applications in their area, including residents who do not have access to the internet. We also publish details on our website, which for the vast majority of Dorset residents provides a convenient means of looking at all plans and documents submitted with the application. All planning applications must be considered on their individual merits and must be determined in accordance with the relevant development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The development plan sets out the strategy, generic policies and site-specific allocations for the area. Statements by an applicant are only one part of an application. Local planning authorities set out mandatory and local requirements for documents and evidence that are required to enable the determination of an application. We cannot control what an applicant says in a statement, but the details that form the planning application are assessed against national and local plan policies, having regard to the representations and consultation responses that are received. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walsh. So question 4 will be read by Matt Prosser.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. So there are two questions submitted by Helen Sumbler, and I'll read both of them out. And they're both with regard to the community governance review of parishes in the Dorset Council area. So question 4, what is the background behind this, the urgency to undertake the governance review at this particular time when we are still in the midst of the COVID pandemic? The impact of Brexit is still unknown, and there are so many other pressing matters that require council officer resources. And also bearing in mind that any recommendations would not take effect until 2024, 2 years after the order is made. And the second question, question 5 by Helen Sumbler on the same part of the review process, will Dorset Council be proposing any changes, or will the only change proposals to be developed into recommendations be those as a result of submissions or representations received from the parties consulted?
Thank you. And we will receive a response from Councillor Spencer Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much for the question. There's 2 questions. To answer the first one, a community governance review has not taken place for many years by some of the Dorset Council's predecessor councils. And we've received requests from a number of parishes for a review of their boundaries. Rather than undertaking piecemeal reviews, it's considered more appropriate to consider governance arrangements across the area as a whole, as any changes can only be implemented at scheduled elections. To delay pieces of work would risk not changing anything and won't come in effect until 2029. And the second answer to the second question, primarily Dorset Council will be interested in considering submissions made by local residents, councils and other interested bodies. However, there may be areas where, in other words, electoral inequality is not achieved, but no submissions have been made by interested parties. And in this case, Dorset Council will be asked to consider changes to ensure that the principles of good community governance are achieved. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Flower. Jonathan Mayer will now read a statement.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a statement submitted by Mr. John Grantham. Item 14 tonight gives the opportunity for another council to move to real democracy from a position where the leader of any biggest party voted in on just 39.3% of votes is able to handpick from just one party the 10 councillors who, assisted by lead members, comprise the cabinet, which effectively then determines policy. When Public First Group planned to achieve a committee system for West Dorset District Council in 2015, an essential step was research. In Sherborne, over 2 days, we interviewed 306 people at our stand, discussing the merits of cabinet versus committee. Before we started, an official-looking gentleman said, "Everyone wants the cabinet system." Not so. The research found less than 50% even knew that there was a West Dorset District Council and a Dorset County Council. Under 10% knew there was a cabinet system operating. Of the 306 respondents, 301 opted for the committee system, most scarcely believing the archaic nature of the cabinet system. That was when we knew we'd win a referendum. We circulated 2,000 notes to Dorchester homes midweek, describing the two systems, saying that we had a signing stand in South Street on Saturday. No less than 800 people came out and signed. They knew the cabinet system had protected new council offices being built, despite Dorchester Town's referendum, where 93% had voted against. The build simultaneously obliterated 226 bay central public car park in Dorchester. Among councils converting, using the 2011 Localism Act, were Field, then Canterbury, where the leading party converted voluntarily, seeing the hordes of public signing. By converting voluntarily, they saved the council and taxpayer from referendum costs. West Dorset then voted by a landslide for the committee system. Recently, Cheshire East, whose cabinet was judged to have acted highly partially, converted. And at Sheffield City Council, Labour's cabinet system was able to protect its policy of chopping down thousands of trees on council property, only stopped by public clamour and the law at 5,400 fellings, leading to a landslide referendum for the committee system. Prediction. Hopefully the council will vote tonight for the committee system. With the public now meeting again and with social media, the public will get to know the facts. If it's voted down tonight, but all the unfairly squeezed parties make the committee system their #1 election promise at the next council elections, they will undoubtedly take control of the council and introduce the committee system. There couldn't be a better time to implement the committee system, especially with a dozen West Dorset District Council councillors having worked within it already and staff members who implemented its introduction. Congratulations if you can introduce this non-party political process in May 2022 to turbocharge your productivity.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Question 6 will be read by Matt Prosser.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is question 6 submitted by John Grant, and there's a lengthy preamble before we get to the question. Tonight, there will, of course, be a vote on the possible introduction of the committee system into Dorset Council. There is, of course, experience of a public vote on this issue from the old West Dorset District Council, where a landslide vote by the electorate in favour of the committee system occurred in 2016. I hope tonight all are able to diffuse the party political angle to this issue. This is a vote purely on process, not politics, and it allows the council the opportunity to show its credentials in terms of its belief in fairly and proportionally reflecting the electorate's votes as they've cast them. I believe Dorset Council could reasonably easily move into the committee process by May 2022, and its standing would be strongly and authoritatively enhanced. I voted many ways in my life, but have concluded that a fair and just system is the vital determinant of the democracy this country holds in trust. As you can probably imagine, in the landslide referendum win in 2016 in West Dorset, there were many voters from the ruling party who voted for the committee system. I estimate several thousands, seeing it as a just and the right thing to do. In fact, the vote was not about politics, but about process. In 2015, a councillor from the minority Conservative Party in Reading, Barks, approached our stand saying they really hoped we'd get the committee system. They said as a result of that council having gone committee, they now went to the council meetings with hope and relish, sitting as a minority party councillor with the other parties in the committee instead of apart, and not looking to see where there were weaknesses in their arguments. Instead, they were able at last to use their collective brain power to contribute, to look at and discuss together how they could crack critical issues on children's education, social services, or the housing build programme. My question, therefore, is, at this late stage, I would be interested to learn if it is possible to say if councillors have your support in reassessing all they learned from this evening and coming to their individual conclusions, and that you will promote the issue as a completely non-party political free vote on whether to introduce the committee system in May 2022.
Thank you, Matt. We will receive a response from Councillor Spencer Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Grantham for his question. We're just coming out of the worst global crisis for 100 years. COVID-19 will have long-lasting consequences for the individuals and communities which make up Dorset. The pandemic has left this council with significant additional burdens and financial pressures and has caused disruption in our planned transformation programme. Any 8 councillors can require an item to be debated at a meeting of the full council, but choosing now to force a debate about the council's internal rules and how we organise ourselves and makes decisions seems somewhat self-indulgent. Having to completely rewrite our own internal rule book will only serve to divert councillors and council staff away from what should be our top priority to ensure that Dorset recovers well from the pandemic and to modernise how we provide council services. Focusing instead on our own internal rooms make us look out of touch with reality and will have a serious negative impact on our commitment to always put the interests of our communities first. This is not the time to debate the merits or otherwise of the changes set out in the motion. The risks I've outlined are just far too great. My view is that this sort of change to how the council organises itself should be considered immediately following elections, not halfway through a term of office. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Flower. Question 7 will be read by Jonathan Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. Question 7 is submitted by Dr. Sandra Reeve, and it concerns the Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy document, Appendix B. In Appendix B, it is noticeable that apart from the targets, the only other section where the Executive Advisory Panel is mentioned is in the Leadership and Governance section. In item 1, subject area, ensure strong partnership, set up, oversight, collaboration, and bottom-up approach through community involvement, the comment in the recommendation column is assemblies. Executive Advisory Panel ruled out. The assemblies that community groups ran to raise public awareness and increase engagement with the recent Dorset Council Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy and Dorset Council local plan consultations were met with positive responses from the public. Surely the use of similar facilitated public assemblies, also known as people's assemblies, community assemblies, and community conversations, that provide an opportunity for all participants to speak in a non-threatening small group situation, could provide an additional means of engaging with the public about climate and ecological emergency strategy and action plans. Could the Council please explain why the use of this form of public engagement has been ruled out? Thank you,
Jonathan. We will receive a response from Councillor Ray Bryan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And Dr. Sandra Reeve, thank you for the question. The Council is committed to communicating and engaging with key stakeholder organisations, groups and individuals in order to support the journey to a zero carbon county. And the Making It Happen section of the strategy sets out some of the initial actions we plan to take. The emphasis has been on community engagement using existing established groups and forums. The EAP had concerns about the behaviours, actions and motivations of some involved in promoting the assembly approach, and this is something the Council can and will keep under review. We have begun this process through the development of the strategy, but recognise that this is just the start and there's a great deal to do. Our future approach to communications and engagement is being developed to support the strategy, and we will aim to use a range of communication tools and methods across the services provided by the Council to enable wider engagement and partnership working to raise awareness and encourage behaviour change. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bryan. So lastly, questions 8 and 9 will be read by Matt Prosser.
Thank you, Chairman. Just waiting for the question to come up on the agenda so that I can read this. No, they appear to be missing. Apologies, I can't read those questions. I don't have those. Do you have a copy? Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. So questions 8 and 9 submitted by Giles Watts. So monitoring emissions in Dorset. The Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy states baseline emissions data for Dorset, both for direct emissions by Dorset Council and emissions for the whole of Dorset. The origin for these baseline emissions is not clear. Neither is it clear how future emissions will be monitored both in terms of frequency and detail. Tracking emissions accurately is fundamental to being able to identify successes and failures in the strategy, and so drive emissions down and meet our targets. Question. Please can Dorset Council state the origin of the emissions data quoted in the Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy document, and state how often and in what detail they propose to monitor future county-wide emissions in Dorset. And second question is question 9, which I think is contained within that because I don't have a further question.
Thank you, Matt. We will now receive a response from Councillor Bryan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Watts, for the question. As you're probably aware, this is something quite close to my heart. The carbon emission figures from Dorset Council are calculated using national greenhouse gas conversion factors provided by the Department for Business, Energy and Industry Strategy. Greenhouse gas reporting. Conversion factors, these are updated annually and allow us to convert our energy use, i.e. kilowatt hours, vehicle fuel, litres of petrol and diesel, staff travel, mileage, and our waste, kilograms, from all our operations into carbon emission equivalents. The carbon figures reported for Dorset County area are provided centrally by the Department for Business, Energy and Industry Strategy. Emissions of carbon dioxide for local authority areas. Both of these sets of data will be monitored and progress reported to the public annually. This will be reported at the same level of detail provided in the Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy within a wider progress report. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bryan. And that completes our questions from members of the public. Agenda item 6. Petition has been received from the Stand Group requesting that the council rejects the inclusion in the local plan of the site north of Dorchester as a preferred option for a major building development. This petition has also been submitted as a duly made representation to the local plan consultation and is being considered alongside all the other responses received during the consultation period. I'm afraid we cannot currently debate this petition as it relates to a planning decision and we could be seen to be predetermining the outcomes of the local plan consultation and development process. Openly debating the petition at this early stage, especially in isolation from all the other feedback we received, could potentially leave the plan vulnerable to legal challenge in the future. In April next year, full council will make the decision about the content of the plan for the next stage, the publication plan. This will then be published in May 2022 with the opportunity for people to make comments. All responses made at that stage will be considered by the inspector, who will hold public examination. So I'm pleased that in April next year, the full council will be able to consider the Stand position and the very many other responses to our consultation. All councillors will have the opportunity to take part in deciding what proposals go forward for publication. Therefore, although the petition will not be debated today, I can assure everyone that it will be debated as part of the local plan process. Agenda item 7, questions from councillors. And we have a question from Councillor Nick Ireland.
Am I on? Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Sorry, let me just get the question up. Oh, it's in front of me anyway. I wish I really didn't have to do this yet again, but I do. So here we go. Following yet another recycling collection failure in Crossways Ward, we see again that we don't have sufficient resilience in the service, and moreover that, and I'm quoting from an officer's response, unfortunately we currently have only one restricted access vehicle with a split body, which can collect dry recycling and glass at the same time. A second vehicle was lost in the fire at Crucial last year, and so far we have been unable to source a replacement. So my two questions are, why 8 months later hasn't a replacement been sourced? And will the portfolio holder give a date when this will be rectified in order to restore to our council tax paying residents the service level they both expect and deserve? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland, and we will receive a response from Councillor Jill Haynes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Jill Haynes. I have the portfolio for customer and community services. I'm sure all councillors and members of the public are aware that Dorset Council lost 20 vehicles in the devastating Crookhill fire last November. Most of these vehicles have been replaced, but we have only been able to replace one of the 2 specialist vehicles used for collecting recycling at restricted access properties, despite constant contact with vehicle suppliers. This means we don't currently have an alternative appropriate vehicle to collect glass on these difficult to access routes when the one vehicle is off the road, such as for inspections or repair works. And this was the case with the missed glass collections in Crossways. The vehicle we use is now back in service, and the glass will be collected at the same time as the recycling. Officers are continuing to look at all options, including short-term lease, if suitable vehicles are available, whilst procurement options are evaluated for new replacement vehicles. In the meantime, we do apologise for any convenience caused, and we kindly remind everybody that we will always collect extra household glass during the regular recycling collections if presented in a sturdy container. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that response, Councillor Haynes. Are you happy with that, Councillor Ireland?
Yeah, yes, I am. Sorry, I'm trying to unmute.
That's all right. Thank you very much. So we now come to announcements and reports from the leader, and I will ask Councillor Spencer Flower to read his announcements to Council.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, as always, the leaders' bulletin will be published immediately following tonight's meeting, and I'm conscious of the fact this is probably going to be a long meeting anyway, so I'm not going to dwell too long in detail on this, and obviously there's opportunities for colleagues to read the detail later on, but I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. Obviously the update on the COVID restrictions is right up there, and there will be a press statement tomorrow setting out the council position and our hope that we can deal with the challenges that the reduction of or the removal of restrictions in the main will take place. I also touch on some of the content of the Dorset Council news, particularly on the great investment we've put in to meeting our obligations for the young people of Dorset that have special needs and disabilities by the purchase of St Mary's. I won't dwell on that. There's a not good article in the news, and I encourage you all to have a read, and it's sometime when things have settled down, I would encourage you all, when we can organise it, for members to go and have a look. It's an amazing facility, brilliant opportunities, and thanks to all of you for your support on it. Really important. I had the opportunity earlier this week to be on a Zoom meeting speaking to Robert Jenrick. There are only 2 other leaders in the virtual room, and we had 3/4 of an hour with him talking about the proposed planning reforms. I have to say that the government are in listening mode would be an understatement. They were really listening, took on board a number of the points that I made and colleague leaders made from other parts of the West Country. So I'm sort of quietly optimistic that we'll see some changes coming forward in the reforms in the bill at some time later this year. It would be wrong of me not to mention another minister who visited Dorset recently, Matt Warman, and Peter took lead on this, and it's the groundbreaking 5G research project. And again, I won't dwell on that, but and Peter might want to come and say something himself in a moment when I finish. But brilliant! It's demonstrating that Dorset is clearly on the map as far as ministers are concerned. I think we've had a number of ministerial visits. I've had the opportunity to speak to ministers on one topic or another. I had the chance last week to speak to a minister responsible for the environment bill that's going through Parliament at the moment, particularly on the waste issue. And we've recently become members of the District Council network, because a lot of the services, of course, that we deliver are still delivered by district councils around the country. Very, very useful. I took quite an assertive position on it because of the cost implications and challenges that some of the changes were being proposed, and I hope that will be listened to. So I'm carrying on with my promise to be an advocate for Dorset, and I certainly will. And obviously I've carried on pushing hard for the fair deal part. You know, I've spoken to Rishi Sunak, I've spoken to our MPs on a 2-weekly basis and made it abundantly clear at every opportunity that we can't do it all on our own. We need government support, government help. We need them to have a really hard look at levelling up and what it means around the settlements year on year. Give us a multi-year settlement, give us a bit more money, help us to take some of the pressure, financial pressure off the communities of Dorset. I've touched also on the local plan consultation, Chairman. I don't think I need to dwell on that too much tonight. It's a topic that's high on the agenda at the moment, and an important one, of course it is. And I think last but not least, I want to talk about the positives around, we're coming out of lockdown, the tourist season is up and running, all the signs I'm picking up are really positive, lots of staycations, doing the tourist economy of Dorset a great deal of good. All I ask for people is behave responsibly. You know, if you're asked to wear a mask, wear one. You know, do things right as we've done in Dorset. We've had an amazing record of low infection levels and low deaths compared to other parts of the country. Come and enjoy Dorset, but please be careful. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Flower. Does anybody have any questions to ask on anything relating to the statement made?
Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman, can I wasn't intending to, but Councillor Flower referred to the visit of Matt Warman. He visited Winfrith Technology Centre and visited the Battle Lab and went out into the bay at Lulworth to look at 5G buoys that detected waves, etc. The visit was arranged by the Minister and his department, and as a result, all communications were controlled entirely by government. So the communications that came out were relatively low key, but they were extremely positive, but they were driven by the requirements of that particular department rather than what we would have liked. So members may not have seen it, but the Minister was extremely supportive of the work we're doing. He was very keen that we continued what we were doing, and he gave a strong indication that if we continue to bid for groundbreaking 5G projects, that we will be considered very positively in that bidding process. So I'm very pleased, and that a number of partners were there who supported us, plus the Chief Executive was there. It was a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. We have a question from Councillor Robin Legg.
Thank you. It's a question to Spencer. It's basically if you had a meeting with Robert Jenrick and you had such a long time with him, and it was, as you say, that the Minister was in listening mode in relation to the planning bill, were you able to have any sensible and productive conversation with him about the calculation of housing numbers, because that's clearly an issue which is high on the agenda, not just for Dorset, but for many other county authorities in the south of England?
Yes, through you, Chairman, very much so, Robin, along with other things like duty to cooperate and all the things that have an impact on the number of houses we have to provide over a given period of time. What I will do, I've promised David Walsh that I'll drop him a bit of a briefing note, and I'm very happy to let David put out some more detail around that when I've had a chance to do it. I'm more than happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Legg. You have got a request to speak twice here. Was there a second question?
No, Madam Chairman. It's just that I put yes on the first in the first answer, and I just wanted to catch up and put the right phrase in there to make sure that you understood I wanted to speak.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Councillor Ireland.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It's just to comment on and reflect on the funding. I think there's one thing that Spencer and I and all our members agree on, is that, you know, Dorset Council is underfunded and we always seem to get the shitty end of the stick. But I can't share Councillor Flower's, you know, enthusiasm and hope, I guess, is the way it came across, that we'll get more money. Given the recent by-elections and Boris's defence of the Red Wall, which seems to be a priority, despite the fact that we've got 8 Tory MPs, how realistic does he really think that we're going to get more funding and equitable?
Is that your question?
Yeah, I'll pick the question up, Chairman. I mean, I'm afraid, Nick, I'm not going to give you a direct answer because clearly I'm not aware. I don't have detail to confirm absolutely. What I can tell you is the mood in the room is one of encouragement. And I'm going to continue to pursue that because, as I've said many times, Dorset does need a fair deal. Dorset hasn't had a fair deal, and nor have many of the shires. So I think there is a realisation that we've taken, we rely too heavily on our funding from the local taxpayer, and we've got to do what we can to try and move that along. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Could I ask Councillor Kimber to ask his question, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Leader, for what you've said so far. The feedback I'm getting, Spencer, on the planning system is the changes are worrying, and this is not just me saying this, but the future changes are worrying and less democracy in this area. Was there any assurance given about the future planning? Thank you.
Well, the answer to that, Paul, is yes, because as I said earlier on, the government are in listening mode. There's a recognition that some of the potential changes to the planning process are things they need to revisit, because I don't think some of them are practical, let alone deliverable. So just hold on a little while. I'm expecting something. I haven't got a date, but when I can find out a date, I'll let you all know when the bill is likely to show the light of day, and you might be agreeably surprised by some of the potential changes that we're likely to see in what's coming forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber, and thank you, Councillor Flower. I believe Jonathan wants to pick up on the point of order.
Chairman, could I just come back to what Councillor Ireland said a few moments ago, please? And just to give a reminder to members that you are meeting in public, so can you be particularly careful around your use of language, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pauline, right to speak.
Pauline. Councillor Batstone.
Thank you. Just a comment to Councillor Spencer. You actually did meet another minister fairly recently who was the very remarkable Gillian Keegan, the Under-Secretary of State at the Department of Education, Skills and whatever else, who is a remarkable character, talking very much about her commitment to young people who aren't going down the academic route for training or for education, and who she's very proud of the the qualification, technical qualification that's coming in. And I felt that a lot that she was saying chimed very much with our cross-party concerns about what we can do for our young people in Dorset who aren't so academic, if you like, if that's not really the right word, but you know what I mean, bookish, those who have a range of other skills. And I felt it was a very positive meeting. So thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Spencer.
If I can add to that, Chairman, thank you, Pauline, for reminding me. That was a very good meeting, and many colleagues will be aware how strong I am about apprenticeships. Having been an apprentice some years ago, in a fairly narrow band of opportunities, these apprenticeships can be spread across a whole range of opportunities in the workplace. And I would encourage all young people, and it's a strong message really to academia, to encourage young people. Yes, going to university is good. Yes, getting a degree is brilliant, but some people may do just as well by going into a vocational type of thing where they get a skill. Many can earn and learn, and they can get degrees through the apprenticeship process as well. So I am a strong advocate of apprenticeships, Pauline and others, and I'll continue to bang that drum. And I was also encouraged by what I heard from the Minister on this particular subject. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you both. We have a request to speak from Councillor Bryan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Whilst we're looking at just how successful we're being in attracting ministers to this area, I met, along with Councillor Ferrari and Councillor Haynes, the Minister responsible for tourism. I'm sure he's got a different title, but I'll use tourism so people know what he came to talk to us about. And we had a very successful meeting with him. He came to see us with his team. He went all round Dorset looking at what we have to offer, and I can see out of little acorns will grow big oak trees. And the reason I mention that is it fits in with my climate change agenda with the big oak trees. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bryan. Well, if that agenda item is finished, I think we will move to agenda item 9, Dorset Council Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy. And I'm going to ask Councillor Ray Bryan to introduce the reports and propose the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, you have in front of you the Dorset Council Climate and Ecological Strategy for making Dorset Council's part of Dorset carbon zero by 2050. In addition, within the strategy is how we achieve zero carbon area within the direct responsibility of Dorset Council by 2040. First of all, let me deal with the dates. 2040 is the long stop date, and our aim is to improve on that date as technology improves and funds become available from central government. At this point, I would like to remind members just how successful the team have been in gaining funding to decarbonise buildings within Dorset. 19 million is a substantial amount of money towards the cost that this council face. The amount of work that is going into spending this money is absolutely amazing, and I attend fortnightly meetings on the progress of what we're doing on this. When we decided to announce a climate and ecological emergency in May 2019, I had no idea as to how we would deal with this. However, I'm a quick learner. At that meeting, I announced that a cross-party executive advisory panel would be formed. My thanks go to all those that gave up many hours to meet with officers to help create the strategic plan in front of you. Karen Punchard, Dr. Ken Buchan, Matt Reeks, Anthony Littlechild and Wendy Carmichael have worked tirelessly to bring about this very detailed and well-received strategy report. Whilst we have been working on bringing this report to full council, much business as usual has happened in support of the climate change programme. Vehicles have been analysed, ready for the change in the vehicle replacement plan. And I would point out that vehicle replacement comes under my portfolio, and a previous item that's just been talked about, I think it would be right for me to put on record my thanks to the team who, faced with 20 vehicles to replace, had most of those vehicles replaced within a few days. We begged, borrowed, we didn't steal, and obviously we bought. So congratulations to that team for achieving that. Some of our tools, in fact many of our tools, have been changed from petrol or two-stroke powered to all electric ones. We didn't stop at that. Solar panels have been installed to power these tools, not only reducing power costs, but also reducing carbon levels. Dorset Council declared the climate and ecological emergency in 2019 and established an executive advisory panel to strategically guide the council's response. Two similar climate change motions were presented at Dorset Council on the 18th of July 2019. The decision made by full council at that time was that the notice of motion be referred to the Climate Change Executive Advisory Panel for consideration and report back to full council. Although discussed at the Executive Advisory Panel, a combination of factors, including the coronavirus pandemic, have delayed a response to those motions coming back to full council. Over the intervening period, the development of the strategy has superseded the notices of motion submitted in 2019. The paper and the accompanying Appendix 1, pages 187 to 196, summarise how the points in each of the motions have been addressed, and we now have a comprehensive, well-researched strategy and action plan, which is widely supported by those who responded to the public consultation. This provides a framework and sets out actions for Dorset Council to meet ours and the county's carbon reduction ambitions. The consultation results show how much in favour of our plan the general public are. Pages 29 through to 181 shows the results of the consultation with the general public. Again, page 33 shows the significant net agreement with our proposals. I'm sorry to keep giving you pages, but I'm sure you've all read this report, but this is important. Pages 165 to 181 shows how we responded to the questions raised in the consultation. In addition to the consultation, we held a number of meetings with interested parties, from those most passionate about climate change to many younger people who had their own fears. And I think it's fair to say that the EAP were quite shocked by the feelings expressed by the youngsters on their fears for the future. It really did make me aware of just how important this is. Our comms team have made sure that the climate change is at the forefront of everything we do. My thanks go to James Potton. Our scrutiny committee looked closely at this strategy and action plan at their meeting on the 12th of May 2021. Cabinet discussed this on the 18th of May 2021, and draft notes are available on page 16 of the report. Members, if adopted, we have much work to do. The strategy is a live document and will be amended as needed as technology changes. One area that had been asked to be looked at is how we deal with other greenhouse gases and ecology. Let me say there's a lot of work being done on that, and I thank my colleague, Councillor Brian Heatley, for bringing this to my attention. There is no section within the council that will not be affected by our plans, which is why it is at the centre of our corporate plan. The difficult work continues as we help residents do their part in achieving zero carbon by 2050. We realise that we need to get a message out to business and residents as to how they can help us help them, and in turn help this country become carbon zero. I'm joined tonight by several officers who are on standby to answer any technical questions you may have. Members, I propose that the Dorset Council Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy and Action Plan be considered by full council for adoption. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bryan. Do we have a seconder for this proposal, please?
Madam Chairman, if I may, Councillor Rob Hughes for Portland.
Yes. Thank you.
Can you hear me? I would like to second this proposal and thank all of the officers and the members involved in putting this plan together. Everyone's worked very hard, and it's our time to take action if we want to see the planet survive. We have to move on this, and I wholeheartedly support this action plan and second it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hughes. We have a request to speak from Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say, as one of the two councillors who put forward the motions to council, I'd like to say that I'm in total agreement with the strategy and its realistic approach. I'd like to thank Ray and the officers for all the hard work in putting this together. It's been quite an amazing beast over the last few months. One issue that I'd highlight is the presumption on dates. Some may feel these final carbon neutral dates, whether they be 2030, 2040 or 2050, are when the changes are going to occur. They're not. We should note the phase in the reductions over the years leading to our 2040 date and understand the targets set. We were looking at a 40% reduction by 2025, a 71% reduction by 2030, a 90% reduction by 2035, and 100% carbon neutral by 2040. These targets are clearly shown in the strategy document on page 22. Also worthy of note is we started reductions in the County Council with the low carbon Dorset scheme some years ago now, and have continued since then. This is an ongoing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. And Councillor Clayton, do you have a request to speak as well?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As the second councillor who put forward a motion, I find myself in a very difficult situation. I don't want to reject this strategy. It really does contain much to be valued. But if I'm being honest, I think it lacks vision, it lacks ambition, and it lacks a sense of mission. If I can give an example, my original motion, which is subject to a later report, called for the development of a Dorset-wide transport strategy that discouraged car use, encouraged walking and cycling, and saw drastically improved rail and bus services. This has not been addressed by the strategy. Now, one way it could be achieved would be to develop an idea sketched out in the Royal Town and Planning Institute research paper, Net Zero Transport, which was published earlier this year. And I know that was an idea that was submitted to the consultation by Bridport Town Council. This could develop Dorset into a network of what they call eco-towns, towns with high levels of self-sufficiency that facilitate local living and the local economy, connected by a comprehensive transport infrastructure. This would require what the economist Mariana Mazzucato calls a mission-orientated approach. It would put the problem of achieving net zero living at the centre of a redesigned Dorset economy. This, in my opinion, is the level of ambition and vision we need to adopt. So, whilst the Green Group of councillors will support this strategy, it does so with a heavy heart. And Councillor Ray Bryan said this is a living document. Can we plead with him to consider much higher levels of ambition in the future? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Bryan, did you want a quick response to that?
Please, Madam Chairman, if I may, I value Councillor Clayton's input and thank him for his comments. I would like to point out, though, that we have a Transforming Cities Fund that is encouraging people back to cycling and walking. Only this week, I've met with officers to discuss how we can develop this across the county, because it's so important. And again, we're in the process of working with central government and Baroness Veer on a Bus Back Better campaign, where we've been given funding and we've already put in our initial proposals. The rest is going to happen over the next few weeks as we go out to consultation with stakeholders. But public transport is absolutely at the centre of my ambition for the Dorset Council area. I've long talked about this. We're now being given some money to try and make this happen. So hopefully Councillor Clayton will continue, as he always has done, to work with me. And yes, I've taken on board what he said. It is a living document and subject to change. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bryan. Well, I would like to take the two recommendations together. Sorry.
Kate Weller.
Councillor Weller.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I'll be as quick as possible. I'd like to congratulate those who worked on this document. It's a fine piece of work and a very considered piece of work, and I'm delighted, like Councillor Clayton, that it is a living document. I'm anxious that when we're looking at planning permissions, planning applications that are coming up in the future, we bear this very, very much in mind, that we have signed up to a reduction on our carbon footprint, and we have a number of applications coming before us, and one quite significant one that really doesn't give even a nod in that direction. Thank you very much.
I've got the microphone turned off.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Councillor Kimber.
Sorry.
I don't know what you've done over there.
Thank you, Chair, and fellow councillors and officers. First of all, I want to give a hearty thanks to the officers and the number of people that came forward. Ray is dead right. It was a fantastic meeting. I believe we had it over 2 sessions, over 2 days, where people came forward with their ideas, and some of the ideas were really terrific. And the importance of involving young people, all people, came home to me fast and furious. But Councillor Bryan did talk about the young people, and if anything gave us a knockback, it was when we spoke to young people in Dorset on the importance of this climate change. They told us in no uncertain terms that they want the work done as fast as we can. I will be supporting this tonight, but I do say, and I do believe that we have done the very best we can.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kimber. Councillor Ireland.
Can I just make one point, Chair, before we finish?
Yep.
We've said that we're going to, if you like, monitor it and produce a progress report on our websites to people. I believe this is important as ever, as we go past each individual area to say that we've done this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber. Councillor Ireland.
Yeah, hopefully a very quick question. Councillor Bryan, in his introduction, mentioned the huge amount of money we managed to win from central government to decarbonise our buildings. From memory, most, if not all of that, was time limited. We had to spend it by, I think, September. I stand to be corrected. Can I just ask, did we spend it? Will we spend it all? And if not, can we get an extension?
Thank you for that question. Councillor Bryan, could you answer that?
I can, but I'm going to actually ask that Anthony Littlechild answers this, because he has the dealings with Salex, and I think it would be appropriate for him to explain where we are on this one. I do know it, but I'd ask Anthony to give the answer. He needs to get his face known.
Thank you very much.
A scary thought. Thank you very much. Yes, just so in answer to the question, it was time limited to September. Work is very much underway. A great deal of work is sort of some work has happened. Most of it is currently being tendered, and we're in the process of discussing with Salex extending the September deadline, as are most of the other local authorities that received some of this grant funding. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. You happy with that?
It does, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent, thank you.
Yeah, can I just add to that, Madam Chairman?
Of course.
Anthony's a secret star behind the scenes. That's why I wanted him to come forward. But I just want to point out that we have come a long way with the 19 million so far. We've got the plans set up. We're sourcing the product. It's not been easy because a lot of the product is been sought by other people. But bearing in mind, we were the 3rd largest amount of money awarded to any council. I think it's something that Dorset Council should be really proud of, and the officers deserve absolute congratulations on their achievement. But I can tell you there's more money to follow. I'm having conversations with a number of people, and there will be more money to follow, and we're producing ready-made, off-the-shelf, oven-ready, I'm not sure which term we use nowadays, projects that we'll be able to put into the mix as more money becomes available. Can I take the opportunity to answer a question that was mentioned earlier about planning? David Walsh and I are working Councillor David Walsh and I are working extremely closely together, and as soon as time permits, we're going to be on a train down to London to make sure that people realise that it's not just the local council that needs to get on with things. It's our government as well. And I'm sure if David wanted to come in on this, I'm sure you'll allow him to. But let me say, we are restricted by rules within the planning system. That's what needs changing. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bryan. All sounds very hopeful to me. Councillor Took.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm going to support this tonight, but I was a little disappointed with the ambition in the targets that are being proposed. I think we could have been more ambitious. I recognise that Councillor Bryan has repeatedly said he doesn't want to make promises he can't keep, and I respect that. But could he tell me, I'm presuming that these targets are going to be backstops, so that our intention would be to move the dates forward if we possibly can, and could Councillor Bryan confirm or otherwise on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bryan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Took. I've always said that this was the long stop date, and wherever possible, we will bring this forward. I'm not going to see the end of this in my lifetime because I'm too old now, but I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure I give it a magnificent kickstart in the time I've got left as a councillor. You've seen me at meetings, David. Sorry, Councillor Took. I am passionate about this subject, and I won't be letting go. And as I say, we've got a great team that's working on this, but it is dependent on making sure that we're smart enough to get the funding, and that will bring all the dates forward. But there's a lot going on behind the scenes now under business as usual, as I mentioned some brief items in my initial statement. But please, I will make sure we do everything we can to bring it forward, I promise you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I mean, I'm bearing in mind what you said before and not to repeat things, but I didn't want to leave as going down with the kids. It'd be a case of leaving Ray hanging. It's very much a case of, yes, we are working so closely together, more so than I've ever seen this before. Even when it was a Dorset County Council, when they were in the same buildings, highways and planning are working so closely together. In fact, the whole of Cabinet working so closely, holistically. And when we go up to talk to ministers, it's not going to be individually. We're going up on force, and we're going to bang on those doors. Thank you.
This is very reassuring to hear. Thank you very much. Right, we've had a proposal for the recommendation, and it's been seconded. I want to take both recommendations together, and I would like to vote on a minded to recommendation, please. So hopefully we'll get a voting form.
Yes, Chairman, I'll just put the form in the chat bar now for you.
Thank
and
you.
This is for both recommendations.
It is, perhaps I ought to read them. Recommendation 1, that Dorset Council Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy and Action Plan be considered by full council for adoption. Second recommendation is to note the response of the Climate and Ecological Emergency Executive Advisory Panel in the publication of the draft Dorset Council Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy and Action Plan in addressing the climate change notices of motion tabled by Councillor Darrell Turner and Councillor Kelvin Clayton at Dorset Council on the 18th of July 2019. Be nice to put this one away, wouldn't it? Okay, so you've all got your voting form in the chat bar. Please do a minded to vote.
Susan, I still can't vote on that one.
Sorry, and your councillor?
Louis O'Leary.
Louis, thank you, Louis.
Yes,
so would you like to tell me how you'd like to vote?
Yes, I'll be voting against, thank you.
Thank you.
Sue, can I just come in and say I thought we were asking for 2 votes here, not just 1?
Councillor Taylor, you're voting for the 2 recommendations that the chairman has just read out.
But the voting form just says 1 recommendation for or against.
4 against the 2 recommendations.
Okay, I'm sorry, it doesn't read that way. I just read it as 1.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you. Thank you.
Problem.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Gibson, would you like to give me your vote?
Thank you, Susan. I put it in the chat bar, but I vote in favour of both recommendations.
In favour. Thank you very much. I'm just waiting for a few more votes to come in, Chairman.
Susan, it's Councillor Paul Kimber. Could you check that you've got my vote? It was very difficult to open the voting box.
One moment. Yes, Councillor Kimber, your vote's been received.
Has my vote been received, Councillor Dover? Susan?
One moment. Yes, it has.
Many thanks. Thank you.
So, Chairman, I can announce the result of the vote. So, in favour of the recommendations, 73, against 2 and 2 abstentions. The motions are carried.
Thank you very much, Susan. I would like to introduce John Selgren, our Executive Director for Place, to take the formal decision under delegated powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And firstly, let me note that you summarised that you were taking both recommendations together, and I noted the outcome of the minded to vote that you've just taken, the results of that. Further, I've read and considered the report that's before you this evening, and also significantly attached climate and ecological emergency strategy and action plan. Further, I noted the comments made by the 2 members who put the original motion on the 18th of July 2019 and the resolution you've made minded to a moment ago. Finally, I listened to both the Cabinet discussion on this matter on the 18th of May and also the discussion at the Place and Resources Scrutiny Committee on the 12th of May. And in light of your minded to vote and decision this evening, it is my intention to make the decision that the Dorset Council Climate and Ecological Emergency Strategy and Action Plan be adopted. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, John. Agenda item 12 is the Youth Justice Plan, and I'm going to ask Councillor Andrew Parry to introduce the reports and propose the recommendations. Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce our annual Youth Justice Plan report to Council. It is a pan-Dorset service delivered on a multi-agency basis in a pandemic time. I think we need to take stock of that and give thanks to everybody involved in supporting children and young people as part of the Youth Justice Service. Could I take my thanks also, take time to thank also councillors who sit on both scrutiny and attended Cabinet, as well as Cabinet members, who asked questions of this report and showed a genuine and sincere interest in all aspects of the work undertaken by the Youth Justice Service. I do appreciate that there are many views on how young people should be treated inside the justice system. But the one thing that I have learned in my time in my Cabinet role is the need for us to ensure inclusion of children and young people at all levels in our community. And the more we can do to engage with our partners in making that part of making inclusion the key part of getting better outcomes for children and young people, then I would give my wholehearted support towards. I also know that it won't have escaped members' notice that in the report there is a significant factor in relation to speech and language issues affecting young people in the youth justice system. Work will continue in those areas to support and address and try and challenge some of the issues that we've faced in this area. Madam Chairman, I am joined by the Executive Director for People for Children, Teresa Levy, who, along with myself, would be happy to take questions from colleagues and councillors. But I did want to say that we are looking for agreement that we can arrive at a minded to position tonight to adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parry. Do we have a seconder for this proposal, please?
You do, Madam Chairman. Councillor Bill Pipe.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pipe.
You're welcome.
Do we have any comments or questions for Councillor Parry or Teresa Levy? Councillor Batstone.
Thank you, Chairman. I always look at the Words Youth Justice report and shudder because I had to write them for 10 years, and I would congratulate my former colleague on a most excellent plan. And like Andrew, particularly impressed by the work that's being done to address young people's communication difficulties, because I think that is so important. I note too that we have a particular problem, if that's the right way to put it, with re-offending rates in Bournemouth and Poole. It was ever probably thus, but I'm very impressed by the work of the team, and all power to their elbow, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Batstone. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking my question. Just like to say, I commend this report to say the fact, of course, you know my feelings and passion for children, that they must be heard and should be heard at all standards of life and wherever they are. It's just I wish to say, well done. Great report. Thank you.
Thank you for that encouragement, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Kimber.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I also wish to actually praise the staff. As a former volunteer with the Youth Justice Service that was based at South Winds in Weymouth many years ago, I saw the staff and the dedication of our staff that often worked 7 days a week around the clock to keep our young ones safe. So I would ask you, if you, through the chair, to pass on our thanks as a council to the great work the staff does in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber. Councillor Knox. Are you there, Councillor Knox?
Yes, I'm here. I would really like to thank Children's Services and Andrew for this report, and it came and all other versions of this has come to the Dorset Health and Wellbeing Board. I just want to ensure that actually the Children's Services agenda really comes at an early stage with our discussions with the ICS developments, because it's not just about older people, this is about young families, and I really would like to see a change of emphasis from the government and us that sees Teresa and Andrew as part of the integrated services for system partnership working, because it shouldn't start at a later age. It's really important for young people. So thank you, but I would just like to have seen a recommendation that it goes to other partnerships outside of our council. I know we can't at the moment, but it'd be lovely to see that in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Knox.
Madam Chairman, may I respond?
Yes, do respond. Yes.
No, my grateful thanks to Councillor Knox, and I know in areas of health and well-being, including children and young people, she's absolutely passionate in wanting the best outcome for them. In terms of where we go forward, you're absolutely right. We need co-production and cooperation and co-partnership in everything that we do in order to get the very best outcomes. We have to understand we cannot deliver everything as Dorset Council. We do need those reaching out to our partners and for them to play their fullest roles, including in the up and coming ICS. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Parry. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat anything that's gone before. Just very quickly, I wanted to particularly commend the focus on the experience of Black and ethnic minority young people in the system, and the fact that the trauma recovery model is recognised and utilised. I think that's very important. So just one very minor quibble. From my local experience, I know that the Youth Justice Service works with young people at my local youth centre, and I hope more explicit recognition of this very important role of youth clubs in this whole integrated partnership might be considered in the next amendment of review of this document. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Can.
One of the things, thank you. One of the things on page 225 mentions restorative justice. Restorative justice to me has been always really important, very impactful on both the victim and the offenders. A little bit disappointed perhaps not to see any figures there for the number of cases involved. And what are we doing to develop and expand and take that system even further afield? Because it really is a very worthwhile scheme. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Fry. Councillor Parry, would you like to?
Thank you, Chairman. I think as a number of this is operational, I think the Director wishes to speak on it.
Okay. Mrs. Levy.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Fry. Really helpful question. And we spent last week having a small but an important conference around the area of restorative practice in entirety across the Children's Partnership, and we were joined by some national speakers talking with us around restorative practice across all of our partnerships. And we think that that's a really important baseline for us around how we're going to work differently, to work with our young people, with our communities, and to restore those relationships. And so more on that later. But in the area of particular restorative justice, I completely agree with you. And yet you'll know, Councillor Fry, from your own experience, that sometimes it's not an easy and obvious match to have victims join that restorative justice piece. And we do need to do more on that because it is impactful. It does have a really important place for people to feel differently about their experience of crime. So more for us to do, but please be assured that we're looking at the whole area of restorative practice generally as well as those important interventions around putting young people in a place with their victims where they can make amends. And I agree with you, it's an important activity.
Thank you very much, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There seems a lot of support for this excellent work. So we've had a proposal and a seconder, and I would like to put it to a minded to vote, please. Sorry, I rather sprung that one on you, Susan, didn't I?
No, that's fine, Chairman. I was unmuting myself. It's the voting forms now in the chat bar.
Smashing. Thank you very much. The recommendation is that the Youth Justice Plan be adopted.
Susan, it's Councillor O'Leary. Can I vote in favour of that, please?
Yes, you certainly can. Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
Hi, Susan. Councillor Gibson, in favour as well, please.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. That's noted.
Thanks.
So, Chairman, the result of the vote is 75 votes. Oh, no, 76 minded, 2 votes in favour, no votes against, and no abstentions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. So I would like to ask, please, Teresa Levy, Executive Director for Children, to take the formal decision under delegated powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So having taken into account the background information presented in this excellent report by David Webb, and having listened to the debate and questions, taking into account what councillors have been minded to decide if they have been able to have been in the decision this evening, my decision is to adopt the Youth Justice Plan.
Thank you very much. Well done, everybody. Agenda item 11 is the Community Governance Review. I shall ask Councillor Spencer Flower to introduce the reports and propose the recommendation, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, my preamble has been rather stolen by the answers I gave to two questions from the public earlier on. I think what's set out in the report is very clear. We are obliged to have a look at this sort of a community governance review every so many years. In many cases, it's been long overdue. So I'm not going to say any more, actually, Chairman. I think I said enough in answering the question. So I will move the recommendations as set out in the report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flower. Do we have a seconder for this proposal, please?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Mark Roberts. I would like to second this review and propose its adoptance, or second the adoption.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have Councillor Legg.
Thank you.
To ask a question.
Thank you. I'm just going to pop over to the other page where I can actually see the report in some detail. My question is fairly straightforward, and that is there seems to be something missing in the terms of reference, because if you read the report in paragraph 2.3 on page 242, there are 5 bullet points there, and the last of them says other types of local arrangement, including parish meetings, and that element actually doesn't appear in the terms of reference. And I'm conscious of the fact that there are other parishes certainly in this neighbourhood who are uncomfortable with their current group working and might want to establish a parish meeting in place of their current relationship. And I'm just slightly concerned that if the reference to other local arrangements, including parish meetings, isn't in the terms of reference, somebody might say, well, you can't do that. And of course, we've got another item on the agenda, which is following this, which is something on exactly the same point. So I'm just wondering whether that's just a mistake or an oversight and it's not been included in the terms of reference.
Thank you. Councillor Flower?
Yeah, can I invite Jonathan Mayer to respond to the point that Robin's made, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Legg. I think that is an oversight, and it's something that I'm happy to address if we reach the stage of a minded to a recommendation from the council and a decision on the terms of reference. I'd be happy to extend the terms of reference to include parish meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Any more questions, please? Okay, well, we've had a proposer and we've had a seconder. And so I will read the recommendation, please, to adopt terms of reference for a community governance review of all parishes in the Dorset Council area, including the point just discussed by Jonathan. So could we have a minded to vote on this, please?
The vote is now open, Chairman. It's in the chat bar.
Thank you, Susan.
Susan, it's Councillor O'Leary again. Can I vote
Hello.
in favour?
Of course, thank you. That's noted.
Cheers. Same for me, please, Susan. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. That's noted.
Councillor Kimber, Susan, the sheet didn't come through where I could vote. It just said I've voted. I haven't voted, but I'll vote for, please.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber. Chairman, the votes have finally come in. They're a little bit slow on this one, but that's another one's just come in. So that's 75 minded to votes in favour. I've received no abstentions and no votes against. The minded to is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Susan. So I'm going to invite, please, Jonathan Mayer, Corporate Director, Legal and Democratic, I will ask him to take the formal decision under the delegated powers.
Chairman, thank you very much. So having taken into account the background information set out in the report, having considered in particular the point made by Councillor Legg and the minded to view expressed by members this evening in the vote, my decision is to adopt the terms of reference for community governance review as set out in Appendix 1 to the report, subject to an amendment to reflect the point about parish meetings made by Councillor Legg, so an extension of those terms of reference. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 12 is the proposed dissolution of Cheddington Parish Council. And I will ask Councillor Spencer Flowers to introduce the report and propose the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, I think this is actually quite straightforward. The reasons given are clearly set out in the report. So again, I don't intend to dwell on that. So I will move the recommendation as set out in the report, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for this proposal, please?
Yes, you do, Chairman, from Councillor Rebecca Knox, Ward Member.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments or questions from members on this? In which case, I will read the recommendation. 1. Make an order under Section 10 of the Local Government Act 1972 to dissolve the Cheddington Parish Council. And 2. Grant delegated authority to the Chief Executive after consultation with the ward member to enable orders to be made under Part 1 of the Local Government Act 1972 to group, separate or dissolve parish councils without the need for individual decisions by the full council. So I would now like your vote, please, as a minded to.
Chairman, the form is now in the chat bar.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan. Councillor Gibson, please can I vote in favour?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Gibson. That's noted.
Thank you.
Susan, Councillor O'Leary, I just wanted to let Simon go first. I'll vote in favour as well, please.
Okay, thank you. That's noted too. Chairman, I'm just waiting for a few more votes to come in.
Okay, thank you.
So, Chairman, the result of the minded to vote, 73 votes for, 1 against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much. Right, I will now ask Jonathan Mayor to please take the formal decision under delegated powers.
Chairman, thank you. Having taken into account in particular the comment of the leader about the uncontentious nature of the decisions on this item, having taken into account the support of the local member, and having taken into account what councillors would have been minded to decide if they've been able to make the decision this evening. My decision, first of all, is to make an order under Section 10 of the Local Government Act 1972 to dissolve Cheddington Parish Council, and then to grant a delegated authority to enable the Chief Executive, after consultation with the ward member in any case, to enable orders to be made Part 1 of the Local Government Act to group, to separate or to dissolve parish councils without the need for an individual decision by the members.
Thank you, Jonathan. Agenda item 13, notice of motion, Councillor Maria Rowe. And I will ask Councillor Rowe to read out the notice of motion and propose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Government decided to retain the standard method formula used to determine housing need for local authorities last year. The formula determines the target for the number of houses local authorities must achieve or run the risk of facing penalties. This formula uses the 2014 household projections, which showed a greater population growth than there is now. In fact, Dorset has one of the lowest growth rates in comparison to the rest of England. Using the outdated data set results in an inflated and inaccurate number of houses being planned for Dorset, which will put pressure on our green belt, areas of outstanding natural beauty, and also on the character of our towns and villages. There is a concern from many residents that excessive growth may be at the expense of local people, as well as the environment. There is an obvious need for the right types of houses to be built and for them to be built in the right place. This is not in dispute. Everyone should have a decent place to live, which meets their needs and that they can afford. We have an opportunity now with the new local plan to challenge the target imposed on us to ensure that the number is correct. Dorset Council therefore resolves to call on Dorset Council to make the case to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government before the next full council to use more recent data in their calculations for the target number of houses instead of the outdated 2014 numbers, and to report back to Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rowe. Do we have, I think Councillor Brian Heatley wants to second this motion.
I do, please, and I'd like to speak at an appropriate moment.
So would you like to speak now or leave it to the end?
Oh, why
of
not
the
now?
Debate?
I'll speak now, if I may.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I say I've got a large hornet buzzing around in here, so if I leap up and disappear at any moment, that's
Okay,
why.
we'll know why.
I'm a great fan of that Radio 4 programme, More or Less. If you know about it, they take a big number that's in the news and apply it to a little scepticism. And I want us to look at it, at this number in that way. We have a note from officers at the back which says that it depends basically on population and the ratio of earnings to house prices in the area, but it basically still just presents the result. We can't actually see how it has been worked out in detail. Let's look at the population first, because the obvious thing is how many more people are we going to have and how many houses does that turn into? Well, our population at the moment is just short of 400,000 in Dorset. In the next 10 years, that will grow slightly more than 4%. Those are figures taken from the State of Dorset population note that's on our website. That means in 10 years, 1% would add 4,000 people, 4% is going to add 16,000 people. Now, of course, we're talking about the plan period, which is more than 10 years. It's 17, but near enough, we need to add about half again to cover the plan period. Half of 16,000 is 8,000. Add that on, we are talking about 24,000 extra people at the end of the plan period, roughly. But it's important to say this is roughly, but this is a way you try and test numbers for common sense. Those people don't need one house each, because we don't all live alone. On average, 2.4 of us live in each house. So if you divide those 24,000 by 2.4, the number you come up with is 10,000 extra dwellings. Now, that's a common sense order of magnitude calculation. It's obviously wrong. Doesn't count things like houses we lose. The people who move into houses may do so in slightly different household sizes, but it's about right. And it does suggest that 30,000 is very odd. If all of that is taken up by the fact that our house prices are at a rather high ratio to our local earnings, then it seems to me there's something seriously wrong with the methodology, that it has such a large effect on the common sense figure. So I don't think, looking at it from a simple common sense point of view, that our population growth, as expected, predicted by ONS, remotely justifies 30,000 extra houses, let alone the possible 9,000 we might get from BCP. We must challenge this figure. The things that the leader said early about the government listening to us encourages me to think that we should do so, and I doubt whether we're going to be the only council representing a rural part of the south of England who's going to want to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Heatley. I believe Councillor David Walsh would like to speak.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, and the paperwork here we've got before us, this motion, I mean, I've been using the mantra, the right homes in the right places, whilst travelling the country, speaking to Westminster, the TCPA and the New Communities Group. And I've looked very carefully at this before us today, and consequently, I too refer to the background papers at pages 263 and 264. When the standard method was first introduced, the relevant household projections were those based on 2014 data. It is true, later forecasts resulted in lower figures across much of the country. And as a result, the government's amended the methodology, requiring the 2014 base figures to still be used, in order to continue to contribute towards the national target of 300,000 homes a year. Now, this motion is asking that we make a case for using more recent data in the calculations, instead of outdated 2014 numbers. We have heard these words time and time again across Dorset from individuals and even campaign groups over the last 18 months, saying we should use the most recent data as if it were a panacea for low housing targets for Dorset. As the briefing paper reads, the most recent 2018 based household projections make very little difference to the Dorset Council's housing needs figures. I'll come back to that. With those from the 2014 base projections. There is, however, a very significant difference to the figures for our neighbouring BCP council, because using the most recent figures, their annual housing requirement would go down by 1,690 per year. We do need to take any unmet need from BCP into account when establishing the amount of housing to be planned for, so obviously we don't have to meet it all. But at this moment, we have to give it serious consideration. So I would have supported this motion because of the impact the 2018 figures would have on BCP's housing requirements and therefore our obligations through the duty to cooperate. I say at that moment because we're waiting for the planning reforms to come through. And personally, I hope that we will see the removal of the duty to cooperate. If so, that would mean we only have to provide for the housing numbers in our Dorset Council area rather than helping neighbouring authorities. So going back a moment, I read that the most recent 2018 based household projections make very little difference to the Dorset Council housing needs figures. That very little difference, Chairman, would be an increase of 1919 houses per year. Not much. But as we mentioned, over the 17-year period, that would be an extra 323 houses for our Dorset area by using the most recent figures. Chairman, consequently, I won't be supporting this motion, nor will I be the one telling our Dorset residents that we want to raise the housing numbers by an extra 323 houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Councillor Kimber, please.
Thank you, Chair, and fellow councillors. I want to congratulate the proposer and seconder of this motion. It does challenge the figures, and that's not a bad thing, because one of the things as one of the questions I face with my constituents is how did you come to that? When I talk about the 2014, they're looking at me much as to say, well, why don't you think about looking at the more up-to-date data? So I won't say very much more, but I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kimber. Councillor Legg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I spent a little while this afternoon looking at various websites showing what were supposed to be the calculations for various counties across England for their housing need based on the 2014 and 2018 data sets. And the one thing that struck me as I read through them is that none of them seem to agree. And I'd like to ask, really, we've got a very small table in the officer's note that was circulated with the agenda. Where did those figures come from? Because there was a kind of panic last year when the government started to change the figures and to use some of the new calculations, which dramatically increased the number of houses which were supposed to be built in order to meet their 300,000 house build a year target, and that later was described, at least according to some of the planning consultancies, as the mutant algorithm. And under the mutant algorithm, we Dorset were supposed to be building 2,075 houses a year. That's on the Lichfields planning consultancy site. They've got a rather swanky office in London, in the city. So I suppose that they know what they're doing when they put these figures on their spreadsheets. But I just trying to tackle really the complexity of this and trying to understand if officers' statements are giving figures to us, where are they getting those figures from? Because they don't seem to agree with anybody else's figures. I'm not suggesting that they're wildly off target, but what I'm saying is that the whole thing seems to be very insubstantial. It's like trying to construct an argument on shifting sand, really.
Thank you, Councillor Legg. Councillor Walsh, do you or one of your officers want to answer this question, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure which officers we have in. Do we have Hilary Jordan in? And when we first worked out these figures, it's using the algorithm that the government have set out through the standard methodology. I know you hear me using those words standard methodology all the time, but we get sent the calculations, and through those we calculate what those figures are. So I don't see how they can be misinterpretations or different figures, but obviously,
well, if I can respond to that, Madam Chairman, all I can say is certainly this Lichfield's planning website, where there are tables showing the whole of England and the calculations they've made, and there's a very detailed note of the kind that you'd find in an academic work explaining how they've done their calculation, and certainly the figures which appear in those tables don't correspond exactly with the figures which we've been given by officers. Now, I'm not suggesting the officers are just sort of making something up. I think they've probably worked very hard to try and get the right calculation, but it just strikes me that the whole thing is a bit of a smoke and mirrors exercise, as usual from government, where you can't really get to grips with how they've actually calculated anything.
Councillor Legg, I am going to assure you that I will get from officers the calculations and I will dispense them to all members.
That's very kind, thank you.
Now that's great. Where the figures come from, that's very important. I can see your point. My only point that I was making was using more recent figures are different to the previous ones, and it would constitute extra housing for Dorset.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Legg. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you. Just coming in now to about numbers, actually, requesting the fact is my question is the fact that, oh, hang on, someone's jumping me around here. My question is about the infrastructure of the systems of housing, where it's going to in Dorset, where it's going to be put up, what the infrastructure is, and what it actually does is cost extra for Dorset to actually help its development. That's my question for more numbers.
Are we able to answer that, Councillor Walsh?
I mean, the question was regarding infrastructure and how that will suit development. I mean, we're talking with government at this very moment. I mean, one of the best things I've ever done was the Southern Extension work for Gillingham, where we were able to get money from the LEP and money from England, Homes England, to actually build the principal street before any housing is going to be in place. Now, there are things that can be done. That's not rocket science, and I'm no planning genius, but I don't see why we can't go get money first, build infrastructure. I'm not talking about major highways and that, because that's a different thing that comes through Ray, and that's mega bucks. But I don't see why the smaller parts of infrastructure, and that's why we're doing the local Dorset plan, and that's why it's still in the draft stage, and it's still there for people to comment on. We've just had one set of comments. We're going to put all of those together, the 60,000 comments, put it all on the site. We'll look at that, see where we go from that, then we'll go back to the public. This is where the public have all their say. I am not going to do things badly. I swore when I took this on, Dorset was going to be known for good development, and to me that includes infrastructure. So thanks for the question, David.
Well, thank you, David. It's the fact I'd like to see the fact that the infrastructure is well recommended and well noted, so that we're not going to affect the structure of all the other systems in Dorset. That's my question for the numbers.
Yeah, and I think John Selgren wants to speak.
Thank you.
Sorry, shall we ask John to say a few words, perhaps have some answers?
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to just address that point that Councillor Legg has raised. Lichfields are indeed a very highly respected national planning consultancy who've been operating a number of years and have been very close to this debate about housing numbers. But I can confirm that their numbers are their own calculation based upon a subtle hybrid model. At the end of the day, the figures by which the council will be judged are those which are set by the MHCLG on behalf of central government. So, as Councillor Walsh suggested, I think it might be helpful if I ask my officers to prepare a short briefing note as a commentary on that, but I can confirm for members that at the end of the day it's the MHCLG numbers to which the council is required to respond, although I do accept that other consultants and experts will come forward with views of their own and their own analysis. I hope, Madam Chairman, that clarifies the point.
I would like to ask Councillor Molly Rennie, please, to explain her point of order. Thank you.
Yes. Surely we've missed Councillor Rowe out, because after she had a seconder, I may be right, I may be wrong, but surely she had the opportunity at that point to speak to her motion and then at the end of the debate, she has the right to come back again as the proposer.
Absolutely, Councillor Rennie. I hadn't realised, to be honest with you, that having read all the preamble and then the proposal, I sort of had presumed that Councillor Rowe had finished saying what she wanted to say, but there's absolutely no problem at all with her coming.
And she may not want to come back in, but I just didn't want to miss that. And I'm not suggesting, Val, that you, sorry, Councillor Poppy, that you missed something at all. But Maria had that right at that point.
Absolutely. As I said, I thought the mover of the motion, if you look at your flow chart, speaks now for 5 minutes to explain the purpose of the motion, etc. And I ought to be honest with you, when she spoke, I presumed that's what she was doing, but there's absolutely no problem here.
Yeah. And I think we all got excited because we were into the discussion about it, and Councillor Heatley spoke so well there as well. But yeah, thank you for bringing me in at this point.
Not at all, and I'm happy to allow Councillor Rowe to have her say when I, if I may, speak to Councillor Lacey-Clark and Councillor Jesperson. Is that all right?
Yes, that's absolutely fine, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Lacey-Clark, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to ask a really direct and simple question to Councillor.
I think you've gone off, Councillor Lacey-Clark.
Has someone muted me? It wouldn't be the first time. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me. Fantastic. We've had a lot of words used like standard methodology and, well, there's all sorts. I would like to ask a really simple question in really plain English. This notice of motion submitted by the Liberal Democrats, the Independents, everybody else has signed up to this. This would actually increase the amount of houses we would have to build in Dorset, not decrease it. Can I just have that made exceptionally clear? Because we do not want any more houses than we have to build. And from my understanding is that this would increase that number. Can we just have some clarity?
Thank you. Councillor Walsh, could you?
Chairman, thank you. I'm going from the figures that we've been given, and the figures are worked out the same way, same algorithm from 2014 to 2018. So they've been worked out the same way, so we've come to the same numbers. So there is a difference of 19, and using the most recent figures of 2018, that's 19 more houses than 2014. Now, if we're looking at that over the 17-year period that people have said, that's 323 more houses at 19 a year for 17 years. That was I actually used a calculator to check that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walsh. I'm going to ask Councillor Jesperson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I can't support this motion, even though it's widely known that I do share the concerns that are widely held about the number of houses that we're having to provide in our draft local plan. But this motion addresses the wrong question. There might have been a case for challenging the numbers arising from the standard methodology on the basis of the exceptional circumstances that arise from our landscape constraints, the amount of AONB that we have in Dorset. There might have been a case of challenge on that basis, though I am aware, and I must acknowledge that officers don't support that view. But this disappointing motion focuses wholly on the difference between the 2014 and the 2018 numbers, and it gets us absolutely nowhere at all. So it's a disappointing motion, and it doesn't, it seems to me, help very much in this debate on the housing numbers at all, and I won't be supporting it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jesperson. So I am now going to return to Councillor Rowe to have her say to her satisfaction. Thank you. I think you're on mute, Councillor.
Sorry,
That's
can you hear
better.
me? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
No, I was very careful in my motion not to mention 2018. I don't think you'll find it anywhere in there. I have been referring to Dorset Council's excellent data from 2020, and it shows that the death rate has steadily increased while the birth rate has decreased. And it shows that this is actually projected to continue. And I believe that the housing target is an inflated figure, which will not even make a dent in the number of affordable homes so desperately needed by young people and families. Greenbelt and area of outstanding natural beauty is also at risk. If we build on this land, then nature recovery will also be at risk. The impact of climate change will not be mitigated. In short, excessive house building will not solve the housing crisis. And with respect, I really believe that lobbying government is imperative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rowe. I don't appear to have any more people in the chat bar requesting to speak, so I am going to read the motion and then we'll put it to the vote, please, for minded to. The motion is Dorset Council therefore resolves to call on Dorset Council to make the case to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government to use more recent data in their calculations for the target number of houses instead of the outdated 2014 numbers. This has been proposed and seconded, and I would now like you all to vote, please.
Chairman, the vote is now in the chat bar.
Thank you.
Susan, is Councillor O'Leary, can I vote against, please?
Thank you, Councillor Leary, that's noted.
Thank you.
Susan, Councillor Gibson, vote against as well, please.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, no, no, it's fine. Leave it all. I'll be here quite a while. All right.
Louis, you might want a mic, buddy.
Yeah, I just realised that.
This one. Is this one? Just waiting for the last few votes to come in, Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, the result of the minded to vote is 43 votes against the notice of motion, 32 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Susan. I will now ask John Salgren to take the formal decision under the delegated powers, please.
So, Chairman, that's can I confirm that's 44 votes against the notice of motion.
So, Chairman, it's John Salgren, Executive Place. My understanding is that the motion is lost, and therefore, having heard your debate, not requesting me to consider a decision on the delegated powers. But if may wish to seek confirmation from Molly Charles that my interpretation is correct.
Thank you very much, John. Agenda item 14 is the notice of motion. Councillor Nick Ireland to read out the notice of motion and propose it, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I will read out the text of the motion, and once you've found a seconder, I will speak to it, and I reserve my right to reply before the vote as well, please.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion text is in 4 items. 1, the Dorset Council resolves to replace the leader and cabinet model of governance with a committee system in which seats on committees, including those on a management committee, are allocated in accordance with political proportionality. 2, that the change to the committee system is to take effect from the annual meeting of the Dorset Council in 2022. 3, that a working group of councillors nominated by group leaders on a politically proportionate basis be formed to recommend to full council the changes to be made to the constitution to bring about the change to the committee system. And 4, that the independent remuneration panel be asked to recommend to the council consequential changes to the scheme of members' allowances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ireland. Do we have a seconder, please, for this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair. Councillor Ryan Hope, Western Ward. Happy to second and reserve my right to speak to later in the debate.
Smashing. Thank you very much, Councillor Hope. Did you want to speak now, Councillor Ireland?
Yes, please, and I will reply, as I said before the vote is taken, as is my right. To sum up, I will read a prepared statement. It's easy to do. So here we go. So back in the days of the Shadow Authority, i.e. after the decision to move to this unitary council was made, many members queried, especially given the recent past history of West Dorset District Council, that our proposed constitution, which is the one we're currently operating under, prescribed a leader and cabinet model of governance. The response we received was that the constitution was part of the legislation forming Dorset Council, and that although we couldn't change it at the time, we could once the new council came into existence. Well, that's where we are right now. I trust that members will have done some research ahead of tonight's council, and I'm grateful to Councillor Turner for posting some useful links into Teams a few weeks back. So I'm not going to give you the essay on the pros and cons of various government models, other than to highlight that the government's model proposed in this motion is a genuinely inclusive system that proportionally reflects the democratically elected makeup of elected members to this council. Opposition and backbench councillors aren't excluded from the decision-making process under the system, yet it also maintains the notion of majority. If you have the most members, then you will have the most members on the management committee. If you have a majority of members, then you will have a majority on the management committee. It really is as easy as that. And in contrast to the existing system, when Dorset Council is under different control following the 2024 elections, there will still be Conservatives on the top table. Councillor Flower has, over the first 2 years of this council, made much of working cross-party, and to be fair to him, in some ways he has achieved that, especially in the way meetings are more inclusive of comment from other members, not of the leading group. But in the end, EAPs weren't subject to voting or binding outcomes, and most decisions are taken at Cabinet with no voting ability or official representation from 38 elected members of this council, over 46% of us. Back in 2016, Public First Dorset gathered the support of the electorate of West Dorset to hold a referendum on, and then win with a substantial majority, the change of governance system from Cabinet to a proportional and equitable management committee. The only response that the then West Dorset leader, Robert Gould, had to the outcome was to lament that the referendum had cost the taxpayer money. And he completely ignored the fact that he, and literally he alone, could have avoided the referendum and agreed to the new governance model instead. More recently, as we've already heard tonight, other authorities have made the change. Sheffield is probably the best well known. If this motion is lost tonight, then we will take forward an apolitical, cross-party campaign to raise the requisite number of signatures to force a referendum on the issue. We have no doubt that we can raise the required number, The petition from Stan that was excluded from tonight's agenda raised over a third of what we actually require. And for the record, the number is 14,936 signatures. We are also confident that the referendum will be won. Yes, there will be a lot of hard work involved, and yes, in the end, it will cost to run the referendum, but that's the price of democracy. We are running now, by and large, on a boilerplate, off-the-shelf template for our constitution, and similarly, alternate governance systems are similarly well served. We can just take it. There isn't a huge amount of work. I note that Councillor Flower has been quoted in the press and reiterated tonight that now is not the time. And in his view, such a radical change to governance should take place at the beginning of a term. I also note that he didn't answer the question from the member of public, which was, would his group have a free vote on this motion? I think it's fair to assume from his response that they won't. If he really is committed to a more inclusive and cross-party model of working, then his concerns can be resolved quite simply by him proposing an amendment to the second item of this motion and alter the timing for the new model to start from the first AGM of Dorset Council following the 2024 elections. Then he and the rest of his group can support the amended motion, and we will demonstrate to our electorate that this is a council that wants to represent them to the best of our ability. And that's all I've got to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Ireland. I have a request to speak from Councillor Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman. At this point, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion. I'd like to delete the words in part 1, 3 and 4 of the motion and change the words in part 2 to read that a review of the current Dorset Council governance model be undertaken during 2023 by a working group of councillors reflecting political proportionality, and that an options paper be available to inform a governance review following the scheduled elections in May 2024. I'd like to carry on, if I may, Chairman, and explain the background to that amendment.
Yes, do.
Thank you very much. So in moving this...
excuse me, do we have a seconder first?
Yes, you do, Chairman. It's myself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey Clark.
And I'll reserve my right to speak at the very end. Thank you.
Thank you. There's going to be a lot of people at the very end. Do carry on, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In moving this amendment, Chairman, I do so for strong, logical, practical and pragmatic reasons. And I've said there's a number of things that I've got in my notes that I won't repeat because I said them in response to the earlier public question. However, there are things that I want to place an emphasis on. I mean, such a radical change to the governance model has not been mentioned to my knowledge, over the last 2 years, the first 2 years of the administration. So why now? And indeed, the Lib Dems set up a cabinet, shadow cabinet only a year ago. So I'm not quite sure what's changed, really. Many of us see this as naked, opportunistic politics right now, for opposition for opposition's sake, completely inappropriate, let alone at this time of recovering from the pandemic. This council has recently had a LGA finance peer review, and the general feedback was positive, as witnessed by the two scrutiny chairmen, the message being that good progress had been made to date, despite the impact of the pandemic, confirming our ethos of being bold and ambitious. So, Chairman, absolutely no imperative for a change to the governance model due to any poor member oversight, quite the opposite. And I associate members from across the chamber in that remark. Regardless of what Councillor Ireland just said, the Constitution will require a significant rewrite, which will divert already stretched officer and member resource away from the transformation programme and day-to-day service delivery, which will have a serious negative impact on our commitment to always put the interests of the community first. Officers are suffering from fatigue and need time to recover after 16 months of the pandemic. It's grossly unfair to add their already significant burden of recovering from the collateral damage caused by the scheduled activities having to be set aside so that resources could be seconded to deal with the needs of our communities at this time of crisis. There is a serious risk of major disruption to the achievement of our transformation and tactical savings needed to balance the budgets for 2021 and help us prepare for 2022-23 and the importance of our frontline services. This council faces massive challenges caused largely by the needs-based services such as adult social care and children's services, which require constant officer and member attention and action on a weekly and monthly basis. We also must maintain a watchful eye on the challenges facing the council to deliver on our commitment to safeguard Dorset's unique landscape through the submission and approval of a Dorset local plan by 2023. This is not the time to debate the merits or otherwise of the changes set out in the motion, Chairman and fellow councillors. This is about the poor timing of such a proposal. The risks, as I've outlined, are just far too great. Such a radical change to the government should be at the beginning of a council term, not halfway through. In any case, the current rates have only been active since September 20, having been agreed unanimously at full council in February 2020. With a motion to succeed, Chairman, it would mean there would not be any further changes to the governance model for 5 years. Yes, 5 years, which is why my proposed amendment to the motion is so important. We should leave such a debate to an incoming cohort of elected members post the May 24 elections for them to decide whether a review is required and what it might look like. Ask yourselves the question, would Councillor Ireland be bringing the proposal forward were he the leader of the majority group? I don't think so. Do you? There's a very straightforward way the Lib Dems could get a public mandate, that is by including a pledge in their literature for the May 24 elections, rather than an implied threat of going to it for a referendum. I sincerely hope that common sense prevails this evening, Chairman and members. Support the amendment. At an estimated cost of £500,000, holding a referendum will be very poor use of public money, let alone the huge disruption to the council this time of crisis. So in conclusion, Chairman, I urge members across the chamber to support the amendment tonight and allow us to all collectively to continue working collaboratively as we've done so very successfully. And Mr. Councillor Ireland has said that since May 2019, and being in the best interest of the people we serve. And in doing so, Chairman, I would like to move that this be a recorded vote. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flower. We've got a problem because we had people putting RTS before the amendment was made. So the first person that has actually put RTS on the amendment is Councillor Louis O'Leary. So I will go straight to him, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, I'm not against a committee system in principle. I seriously have to take a look at it. But then again, the other people that weren't against the cabinet system were the Liberal Democrat administration on BCP, who failed to go to a committee model. What I am against, however, is the spending of £500,000 to have a referendum on this issue halfway to an election, where the leader of the opposition, fresh from his recent electoral difficulties in Weymouth, will be able to put the abolition of cabinet to the voters at the polls, where they would judge him and his party. Although I'm not sure he'll be leading his group anywhere near 2024. This amendment put forward by the leader, who, believe me, would never be able to get me to follow whip if I didn't agree with it, allows us to review the governance model once the voters have decided whether they want responsible government or what's currently being offered by the leader of the opposition. This amendment allows us to move on ahead of what will be 2.5 tough years. Therefore, I back this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Leary. I'd like to ask Councillor Trite to speak to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As it happens, I have always been a supporter of the committee system in local government on the basis of conservative principles and in contrast to the forced imposition of the cabinet system by the Labour government 20 years ago. However, the amendment is absolutely right to reject the timing of this proposal. Making such a fundamental decision at such a volatile time of crisis shows a misplaced sense of current priorities. The amendment sets out the way in which the governance question can be fully and properly considered in a timely manner. That's very important, a timely manner, and I therefore urge all members to support it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Trite.
Robin Legg.
Councillor Legg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just following Councillor Trite, I mean, I'm a supporter too of the committee system. I've had many years' experience working on the old Dorset County Council, and it never seemed to me that under Colin Hodges' leadership or other people like Jean Bisgood way back, they never had any difficulty when they had a majority of members on the authority from running it effectively. And I certainly feel that when I talk to my electors, they just don't understand the new system in anything like the same way, particularly when you talk about committees like place and people. Most people boggle at the thought of, well, they just don't understand who's in control, basically, or who's running things. And I thought this evening when the leader made his first comments saying that this motion this evening was self-indulgent at the very start of the meeting in answer to questions, I thought, well, you're obviously not listening to Boris, because Boris, making his speech in Coventry today, made some very interesting observations about the future of local government. I was just about to call up the BBC website on my phone. He said in a wide-ranging speech that the government wanted to rewrite the rule book on local devolution and offer county areas in England new deals to give them the same powers as those currently given to major cities, and promised a flexible approach to those deals, including the option for directly elected mayors. So it just seems to me that who's on message tonight? Is it Boris who's on message and we're all going to have a good shake-up of the structure of local government again? Or is it that he's the one who's off message and actually we want to have, during the pandemic and as hopefully we come out of the pandemic, a period of quiet?
Okay. I think you've gone on to mute. Oh, I think we might have lost you altogether.
Oh, I'm still here. I was just stopping, allowing other people to respond.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd now like to ask Councillor Wolf to speak to the amendment, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. 2 or 3 points. The first is Councillor Ireland asked about a free vote. We have not whipped the members of the Conservative group. They will vote as they feel capable of doing so. And I would wonder if he would confirm that he has not applied a whip to his members, because that's not what I've heard. So I'll be interested to know that. The second is putting forward the values of a mayor to try and identify and work with a committee system seems particularly perverse, because a mayor is even more powerful than the leader in many ways. My main point is that if you look at the Westminster model, which is what local government is based on, there is a principle that no parliament can bind the hand of its successor, which means that any legislation that Parliament acts, they can unact immediately on the event of a new Parliament. This, because if it was to be implemented halfway through, would be in existence for 5 years, i.e. for quite a lot of time in the new administration. And I'm very keen that any new administration comes in, is allowed to do what it wants according to its manifesto. The other thing is that there seems to be an indication or an implication that there is only one model of the committee system. The fact is there are a variety of models, and the West Dorset and the Purbeck District Council models were quite different in many ways, and there are a number of differences. And I think Councillor Ireland will find a number of people across the political spectrum think that there are opportunities for changing the system, and there's no problem with that. But changing it at this point, when we've got absolutely tired staff who we've got who will have to be withdrawn from critical activities in order to work this. It will not be straightforward. There's a number of options, and I think we all agree that if we're going to do anything like this, we need to think about it very, very carefully, and we need to identify all of the options. We need to identify the strengths and weaknesses of all of the options and try and identify how they will be implemented such that any new council could implement them quickly and capably without lots of problems. And finally, I think spending £500,000, which is what, if you take the cost of the West Dorset referendum and then extrapolate it across the whole of our area, it would be around £500,000. I'm going to be asking people what services they will stop in order to pay for that, because that's a significant amount of money. Let's concentrate on recovering from the pandemic. And I think if you think we had 40,000 new cases today and deaths are working up towards 100, I think there'll be a long COVID in terms of the recovery. We've got enough time to put time to think about this very carefully, identify a variety of different models so that parties can think about it and can have it in their manifesto as to which one they would support for the next council. So I would strongly support the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Howard-Ley.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good, thank you. Just now, when introducing this amendment, Councillor Flowers said that he believed if Nick Ireland, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, was the leader at the moment, he wouldn't be introducing a motion like this. I'd just like to point out that a Liberal Democrat leader of the council would not be behaving like a Tory one. There was a situation which is very similar, but in the cabinet model of the old county councils over the turn of the millennium. There was 8 years, 4 years with the with the Poole and Bournemouth councils in Dorset, and 4 years without them. And in that second 4-year period, where the Liberal Democrats had a majority of councillors, an overall majority, not just a majority in a coalition, but they then had a cabinet system with 7 cabinet members, of which 4 were Liberal Democrat, 2 were Tories, and they took their positions, by the way, and 1 was Labour, and they took their position as well. So, Councillor Flower, you're wrong in what you say. Liberal Democrats are not Tories in disguise. Can I come on to another?
With respect, Councillor Legg, this isn't a political decision. The motion and the amendment, neither of them is a political decision. So I don't really want to stop you, but do you think you could come on a bit more positive one way or another, please?
Fine, but the Chair, Councillor Flower did mention Nick Ireland as the leader of the Liberal Democrats. But I will continue on if I may. One of the things that guidelines I've had throughout the whole of my life is a little phrase or expression which says, never leave to tomorrow what you can do today. And I cannot see a better time now for introducing a committee system or a review of the system in order to change it to the one that's proposed in this substantive motion. And I think it's a very good way forward not to procrastinate. In other words, to get on and do it. And therefore I shall be opposing this amendment because it's delaying tactics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I will be opposing this motion. I'll set out my main reasons for doing that first and then pick up a number of the points that have been made, if I may.
Excuse me, are you opposing the motion or the amendment?
Oh, I'm opposing the amendment. My apologies.
Thank you.
I think this is just the right thing to do, and dragging our feet on this it sends out a really bad signal to our residents. In that, the proposed revisions to the system would make much better use of our knowledge, experience and passion for different subjects across this virtual chamber. It would really add value because those of us who are really not included but have skills and experience would be able to contribute a lot more. It might also attract younger, more diverse candidates to come forward in the knowledge that they'd have more opportunity to make a difference. And thirdly, it would provide greater transparency and therefore accountability, which would give our residents greater confidence and encourage more of them to actively engage with us. So those are, I think, the reasons why I would have supported the original motion and why I would oppose the amendment. But moving on from that, I'm really disappointed that this seems to have broken down along party lines, you know, so very rapidly and so clearly and so quickly. On the point that any non-conservative administration, you know, would not put this forward. I'd really like to think that all of us collectively were bigger than that. I mean, obviously history tells us that you know, incumbent parties don't vote for PR. You know, they don't vote for anything which shakes up the status quo. But I'd like to think that we could be a little bit more enlightened than that and see a bit more beyond what appear in short sight to be our own self-interest and put the interests of Dorset residents before that. On the spending of you know, those huge sums of money, I think it's already been pointed out that if this was done voluntarily, that a lot of that could be avoided. On Peter Wharf's point, I think that's actually covered in point 3 of the original motion. But my final point is political cultures evolve, and Dorset Council's political culture could evolve too, towards greater openness, wider participation, better use of our collective talents, and a less party-based approach in the interests of all Dorset residents. I don't see why, you know, we should prevaricate on that and not take that forward now. And also, you know, the leader's original proposal that, you know, a review body be set up reflecting political proportionality. I think if we shuffle it on down that route, I think we know exactly what will happen, because it's in this very wide, this very open public forum where we have all, you know, Dorset's public scrutiny on us potentially, that we can actually make decisions which are beyond the self-interest of our own individual parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Sutton. Who do we have next?
Bill Pipe.
Councillor Bill Pipe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm speaking in support of the amendment, Madam Chairman. The original motion before us this evening, Madam Chairman, is without doubt the worst kind of political opportunism and grandstanding that this and predecessor Dorset councils have ever witnessed. Having failed at the 2019 elections to gain anywhere near a majority, the Liberal Democrats, in the form of the leader of the opposition, come here this evening to try and manipulate the system of local government that this and predecessor councils have used for decades, and a form of local government that prevails in the rest of the United Kingdom to the benefit of all residents. The leader of the council, Madam Chairman, has given Conservative seats on various committees to all opposition groups in order that they can have input into these committees in order to be able to work collaboratively together. They're trying to manipulate the system for their own warped desire for power, Madam Chairman, without a single thought for the cost of a referendum, the additional pressure placed upon officers and staff of this council, and knowing that a referendum result would tie the hands of a new incoming council in 2014 to a system that they may not wish to operate under. I support the amended motion, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Pipe. And going forward, please, could we just be mindful of the language we're using about each other's parties, please? It's not necessary. You can make your point without making disparaging remarks about a different political party than your own. So that's a statement across the board, please. Who have we got?
Councillor John Orrell.
Councillor John Orrell, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be opposing the motion. And I'd like to just unpick some of the arguments that have been used in favour on a kind of philosophical grounds.
Excuse me, Mr. Orrell. Are you proposing the motion or the amendment?
It's amendment. I'm sorry, I'm opposing the amendment.
That's all right. I just want to be clear. Thank you.
Yes, because I think there's a kind of supposition that's been put forth repeatedly that having a cabinet run by one party somehow produces good government, and I'd like to just pick that apart a bit, because I don't think it does. We've seen in other organisations like Exxon or planning for the Iraq war, if you have groups of people who all think the same way, it makes for quite nice meetings, but you don't necessarily get good decisions. And if we are facing big crisis, which we are with the pandemic and with the climate change, you actually need more different thinkers on a cabinet, not all people who think the same way. If we think of our biggest crisis in the last 100 years, the Second World War, that's what we had, a cabinet made up across the parties. So the bigger the crisis, you need more brains of different thinking to make good decisions. If I can use an analogy of football teams, we have the danger here of having an entire football team of goalkeepers when we actually need defenders, midfielders and strikers. So please keep your mind open to having more talent on the cabinet and get on with it. Don't put it off and kick it in the long grass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Orrell.
Councillor Stella Jones.
Councillor Stella Jones.
Yeah, as a member of West Dorset District Council when the referendum was held, I know how easy, once the decision was made and the leaders had to accept that the change from cabinet to committee, it was quite easy to change. It didn't take forever. We're talking about years here. It's quite easy to include new members, all parties onto the cabinet, and it didn't take all sorts of work from officers. Once the decision was made by the referendum, it was easy to do, and I think we ought to get on with it now and not wait for a new who will then have to settle into place, discuss everything before going on to a committee system. Claire Sutton's quite right when she said we need to encourage younger people onto the council. It will not be encouraged if they think they have no say in making decisions because they are still stuck on a cabinet system. As I say, it doesn't need to take long. Let's get on with it. Let's do it. Let's start doing it now. Ready for the new council.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Darryl Turner.
Councillor Darryl Turner, please.
Thank you. Oh, am I there? I'm frozen. No,
Yes.
I'm not frozen.
Yes.
Okay. This is a really difficult one. I was going to support the original motion without a shadow of doubt. I've spoke to officers in the meantime over the last few days, and I understand the pressure they're under. But I also understand, or I believe I understand, that if this was put to referendum, then the public would vote for a committee system. I was at West Dorset when this happened, and as Councillor Jones did mention, the change was relatively smooth. There was no great issues, no massive amount of work. So just to confirm, there is no whip. I will be voting against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Councillor David Tuke.
Yeah, I thought Councillor David Tuke could have it.
No. Councillor
David Tuke.
Thank you, Chair. and no, I haven't had a go at this one yet. I really wanted, I was quite irritated by the idea that there was a whip in place by the Liberal Democrats to vote in a particular way in this. To my knowledge, there's never been a whip by the Liberal Democrat group, and I don't, as personally, I wouldn't accept a whip from anybody anyway. I don't get whipped. I do what I want. And I think most of the Liberal Democrats believe the same.
I do believe this point has been made, actually. Could we move along?
I think the point that was made was that the question was raised if there was a whip, and I'm answering that and saying no. Thank you.
Okay. Is that it? Okay, thank you. Councillor Cherry Brooks.
Thank you. In response to what Councillor Ireland said, I want to make it clear that I had a free vote. I am not in the habit of being whipped, and any decisions that I make will be my decisions. But I do agree with our leader that this is not an appropriate time. 2 years ago, we had to wait for, or we had to hit the ground running actually when the new council came into being, because we didn't actually have the lead-in time that most people did. On top of that, we had a very short time in place when we then got hit with COVID. I actually think we did really well. And I think we did well because we included all of our partners. So I think that as a new council, we still need to continue to work together. We need to support our leaders' decisions. And I think that we should continue to work together for the residents of Dorset, whatever the political leanings are. We're in it now. We've had a rocky start, but yes, we may want to go down a committee route, but now isn't the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brooks.
Councillor Laura Miller.
Councillor Laura Miller, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments on the amendment. Interestingly, I find myself agreeing with Claire Sutton, Councillor Sutton, as I actually quite often do. It isn't about the money, or it shouldn't be about the money. It actually isn't about us as individual members, or it shouldn't be about us as individual members. I would very much like to explore, unlike Councillor Jones, I don't want to just make a snap decision. I don't think that's democratic. I would like to debate, I would like to explore the committee system. We had one set up at Purbeck District Council, it worked very well. This is a much bigger organisation, so I'd really like to look at this properly. And certainly I wouldn't like to dismiss it out of hand, but neither would I like to make a snap decision, as Councillor Jones seemed to be suggesting. Now, I do agree with Claire, and I would like to look at a committee system, even if that meant doing myself out of a job, because quite frankly, that's not important. What's important is getting the right setup for Dorset. And actually, I think that most residents, you know, we know that we struggle with engagement, doesn't matter what party you're from, we know we struggle with engagement. So anything that can engage Dorset residents more with the business of the council is a good thing in my books. The reason that I'm speaking to the amendment and the reason that I will vote for the amendment is because in my portfolio, which is adult social care and health, I led the community response against COVID March last year. Our teams have not stopped, We've got holiday backed up that our teams need to take. Our teams of brilliant officers are on their knees and COVID has not finished. There is this rhetoric that we are somehow coming out of it, and yes, restrictions are lifting, and yes, that's a good thing for business, for tourism, for people's lives. But our health system is under so much pressure that across the board, not just health and social care colleagues, across the board, officers are up against it. And even a small change could jeopardise the work that we're doing. And that is for the people of Dorset. So I will support the amendment because I want to look at this. And by the way, I think the reason that this has been drawn on party lines, we haven't been whipped. I understand the opposition are saying they haven't been whipped. That's great. I have spoken to a number of Lib Dem colleagues over the last couple of weeks, not about this, but when we've been in other meetings, and they've mentioned that they don't support the timing either. And some of them are here tonight. So I hope that common sense can prevail. I think it has gone down party lines because it was sprung on us. You know, all you've heard tonight, everybody, all you've heard tonight is well done Ray Bryan on his climate strategy. You know, well done on this, great. You've had some really good debate. You've heard cross-party support from the cabinet members, from the leader, from opposition members. Until we got to this motion tonight, it's like watching a different council. So let's come together, let's explore this together, and let's not put our staff under any more pressure. Thank you, Chair.
I'm muted.
You're back on again now.
Thank you for those words. They've reflected my own thoughts entirely on the sadness that we have divided along party lines. Anyway, who have we got next?
Councillor Paul Kimber.
Councillor Paul Kimber, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
If you hear a noise, I've got a helicopter flying over me, and it can be a bit noisy at times. Fellow councillors, Chair, I can't support the amendment and I was rather, when Councillor Spencer said he wanted to propose an amendment, I thought at last possibly I may find something I can grab onto. I would have hoped that I would have hoped for more meat and more, if you like, more clearness and light to try and go forward. Now, I've not been whipped either. That may sound strange, but I've certainly talked to a lot of people in the last few days over this on Portland, and many people feel and don't understand why we haven't gone over to the cabinet system. Under the old Weymouth and Portland Borough Council, we worked the cabinet system. Well, we had to, because there was never one party in charge, and so we possibly enjoyed the best of all political parties on that council to actually steer us through over a number of years. And I think the council was hung for about 18 years. So some people may suggest I'm wrong, but I believe, it's been said, that there is a good deal of skill and expertise and experience out there that we can produce the very best for the people of Dorset. Now, remember, again, councillors, that the people of Dorset are our employers, and they expect the very, very best that we can achieve. And I don't believe we're achieving the very best. I always get a bit of a croakins when Spencer says we're working cross-party, and I thought, so what? Gosh, where am I in this cross-party system? So I won't be supporting the amendments, but if we're going to hold a referendum, yes, we'd go for it. There never is a good time to bring this type of amendment or motion as a whole, and when we get to it, or to debate this. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Kimber. I have to say I'm very mindful of the time here. Jonathan's given me a nudge, and we are coming up to 3 hours. So we have Councillor Ireland to speak, and then we have Councillor Lacey Clark to finish off. And I apologise to the people that would like to speak to the amendment, but we're going to go straight to the vote, I'm afraid. So, Councillor Ireland, would you like to say a few words, please?
Yeah, obviously time is an issue. I think we've probably gone over the legal limit without going into a vote for that as well. So I'll just respond very briefly. We already have a template for what the original motion was asking for, and it's been done, and it was done successfully. All Councillor Flower's amendment is doing is playing for time, postponing the inevitable, in my view. And to address the 2 points directed at me directly, yes, a Lib Dem-led council would change the governance system to a management committee, and no, as has been pointed out, we don't have a whip. It's actually written into our constitution. We can't. My point about Councillor Flower earlier is that he didn't answer the question as to whether you were or you weren't. The point is, a binding successor council argument is entirely bogus. If you follow that argument, it was made back in the shadow period. If we follow that, it's basically a lame excuse. No council will ever make any constitutional change, since they are by definition time limited. You know, if you say you can't found another council 2-3 years time, you are. That's a fact. So you can make a change. And to finalise, you know, we have here tonight the opportunity to agree the conversion without the referendum time or cost. We will go to a referendum. That's inevitable. And it's your choice. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ireland. So lastly, I'm going to ask Councillor Lacey Clark to have his amendment seconder speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a speech prepared whatsoever. There were a few points I'd like to just address. The first one is a whip. I would enjoy being whipped, probably. It's not something that's ever happened to me, and I can't imagine someone trying to do so. However, I'd like to move on. There was a comment about a cabinet system puts off younger and diverse councillors. I guess I'm not as young as I used to be, but I'm still on the younger side, I like to think, and I think I'm diverse by kind of anyone's definition of the word, and it didn't put me off at all. So I'm not really sure about that. I was very worried by the accusation that we all think the same way as Tories. I fall out with my own group as much as I fall out with anybody else. I don't understand that. I think we're kind of living in a time where politics and the party you're in does not dictate who you are anymore. We are elected as representatives of our locals. It's our residents we're here for, not our parties. And as far as this whole discussion goes, do you know what? I think a committee sounds like a really great idea, the committee structure. But I don't know enough about it yet. I want to have time to look at it. I have spoken all week repeatedly to people from all over the political spectrum, and it's been a lot of interesting conversations. And what, from my understanding, the amendment does is agree to have that discussion and to complete a full options paper of what are the positives, what are the negatives, and then present that to the new council. So not to the current council that have already made up their minds either politically now or will do in that process, but get to look at all of that information, decide to even put it in their manifestos if they wish to, and then start from there. And as for the, oh, sorry, we've got a notice coming up, so we've got 5 minutes left, I'll tie it up now. As for the it's not even implied, as for the outright threat to go to referendum, I think that's a real shame. We shouldn't be trying to force things through like that. We should be taking open-minded and well-informed decisions, not just try to threaten to go straight to a referendum. So I think that's a real shame. I will be supporting this, and I hope everybody else does. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lacey Clark. I can see I've upset several councillors, but to be honest with you, we just do have a time constraint here. I haven't heard anything new being said, actually. And the interesting thing is, the debate tonight seems to have been about whether we should have a cabinet or whether we should have a committee. That's not actually the question that we're asking here. The question is when, as far as I can see. Anyway, we've had a proposal that the votes be recorded. I would like 7, 8, 10 seconders, please, for this to happen. If not, it won't be a recorded vote. So please shout out if you would like it recorded.
Councillor Bellpipe, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Cullen supporting.
Yes, the recorded vote.
Councillor Mary Penfold, recorded vote.
Councillor Andrew Parry, recorded vote.
I think, Chairman, it's clear by approbation that
Oh, Jonathan says it's clear by approbation that members wish to have a recorded vote. So
yes,
we are now voting on the amendment.
So,
just
Chairman,
it's clear.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I just wanted to say that the recorded vote will be by roll call, and it will be alphabetical by surname, and I will need each member to declare whether they're voting for, against, or abstaining. Chairman.
Okay. Just to make it clear, the amendment is to delete the words in part 1, 3 and 4 of the motion and change the words in part 2 to read that a review of the current Dorset Council governance model be undertaken during 2023 by a working group of councillors reflecting political proportionality, and for an options paper be available to inform a governance review following the scheduled elections in May 2024. So this is what we're voting on, that motion, please.
Right, raise a point of order, please, Chairman, just before we go through the recorded vote procedure.
If you really have to.
Yeah. You mentioned a moment ago that there is only 5 minutes left in this meeting. Will not a recorded vote take at least 15 minutes and not then allow us to complete the agenda? I would just
pass you over to Jonathan. Thank you.
Chairman, I think that's a fair point. What I think would be sensible would be if members were to agree to extend the meeting beyond 3 hours to hold the recorded vote. And then once you've had that recorded vote, perhaps if you adjourn for 5 minutes, give members a short break and then return for the remainder of the business.
Great idea.
So
Chairman, another proposal would be that those calling for a recorded vote actually think about whether that is absolutely required, and we just take an electronic vote and move on with business, just to speed things up, Chairman, because
stick with one. An electronic.
Chairman, I think you've had a valid call for a recorded vote. I think members just need to signal that they're happy to go through that vote, take a 5-minute break, and then continue with the remainder of your business, because this is not the last item on your agenda.
No.
Agreed, Chairman.
Thank you.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
it's been proposed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agree, Chairman.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed, but we don't need a break. Let's just get on with things.
Well, with respect, Councillor Tuck, you probably had your supper while we've been sat here.
No, I haven't. It's waiting for me.
Oh, okay. Just checking. Anyway, look, we have agreed that we will continue with the meeting. We will take a recorded vote now. We will have a 5-minute break afterwards, and we will carry on. Thank
Chairman,
you.
I will do the recorded vote as quickly as I can for you. If members can be ready to unmute, then that will be really helpful and speed things along. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan.
So the first name on the list is Councillor Rod Adkins.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Alford.
For.
Councillor John Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Michael Barron is absent. Councillor Peter Barrow.
Against.
Councillor Shane Bartlett is absent. Councillor Pauline Batstone.
For.
And Councillor Derek Beer is absent. Councillor Richard Biggs.
Against.
Councillor David Bolwell.
Against.
Councillor Alex Brenton.
Against.
Councillor Cherry Brooks.
For the amendment.
Councillor Piers Brown.
For the amendment.
Councillor Ray Bryan.
For the amendment.
Councillor Andy Canning. I think he's probably absent. Yes. Councillor Graham Carr-Jones.
For.
Councillor Simon Christopher.
For the amendment.
Councillor Kelvin Clayton.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Susan Cocking.
For the amendment.
Councillor Tim Cook.
against.
Councillor Robin Cook.
For the amendment.
Councillor Tony Coombs.
For the amendment.
Councillor Janet Dover.
Against.
Councillor Jean Dunseith.
For the amendment.
Councillor Mike Dyer.
For the amendment.
Councillor Beryl Ezard.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Tony Ferrari.
For the amendment.
Councillor Spencer Flower.
For the amendment.
Councillor Les Fry.
For.
Councillor Simon Gibson.
For.
Councillor Barry Gorringe.
For.
Councillor David Gray.
Against.
Councillor Matt Hall.
Against.
Councillor Paul Harrison.
For.
Councillor Jill Haynes.
For the amendment.
Councillor Brian Heatley.
Against.
Councillor Ryan Holloway.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Ryan Hope.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Rob Hughes.
For the amendment.
Councillor Nick Ireland.
Against.
Councillor Sherry Jesperson.
For the amendment.
Councillor Stella Jones.
Against.
Councillor Carol Jones.
For.
Councillor Andrew Kirby.
For.
Councillor Paul Kimber.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Rebecca Knox.
For.
Councillor Knock Lacey Clark.
Hi, Susan, you're doing a great job, and I'm voting for the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Robin Legg.
Against.
Councillor Howard Legg.
Against.
Councillor Kathy Lugg.
For.
Councillor Laura Miller.
For.
Councillor David Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Louis O'Leary.
For the amendment.
Councillor John Orell.
Against.
Councillor Emma Parker.
For the amendment.
Councillor Mike Parks.
For the amendment.
Councillor Andrew Parry.
For the amendment.
Councillor Mary Penfold.
For the amendment.
Councillor Bill Pipe.
For the amendment.
Councillor Val Pothecary.
For the amendment.
Councillor Byron Quayle.
For.
Councillor Molly Rennie.
Against.
Councillor Belinda Rideout.
For the amendment.
Councillor Mark Roberts.
For.
Councillor Julie Robinson.
For.
Councillor Maria Rowe.
Against.
Councillor David Shortell. Councillor Shortell. No, I'll come back. Councillor Jane Somper.
For the amendment.
Councillor Andrew Starr.
Against.
Councillor Gary Suttle.
For.
Councillor Claire Sutton.
Against.
Councillor Roland Tarr.
Against.
Councillor David Taylor.
Against, thank you.
Councillor Jill Taylor.
Against.
Councillor David Took.
Against this time wasting amendment.
Councillor Bill Trite.
For the amendment.
Councillor Darrell Turner.
Against the amendment.
Councillor David Walsh.
For the amendment.
Councillor Peter Wolfe.
For the amendment.
Councillor Kate Weller.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Williams.
Against.
Councillor John Worth.
For the amendment.
Thank you. And can I just check Councillor David Shortell is not present?
Yes, I am, and for the amendment.
You are for the amendment. Thank you very much. So, Chairman, that is 46 votes in favour of the amendment, 32 votes against the amendment. So the amendment is carried. And there were no abstentions.
Thank you. That was a very difficult agenda item, everybody. Real food for thought, isn't it? So I'm going to declare a 5-minute comfort break.
Chairman, are we going to take a substantive motion before the
Yes, I'm
break?
sorry. Of course, this is now the substantive motion, so we will need another vote.
Chairman, can I just check, please? There was an indication in the chat bar that there might be a further amendment. So I just wanted to check if there were any further amendments.
Okay. Are there any further amendments, please?
No, all I wanted to was bring in for the, I've listened to a lot of good discussion here, and all I wanted to do was to get the review carried out in 22-23 with the decision made prior to the 2024 elections. Had that been possible?
I think that's pretty much what the amendment is, Councillor Frammer.
It kicks the decision into the long grass after the next election, that's all. That's the big difference.
Following the scheduled election.
The review's going to be in 2023.
Be undertaken during the 2023 by working group. So I think you probably got what you wanted, Councillor Fry.
No, I think the decision to be made by this council prior to the election in 2024. That's what I would have liked to have seen.
Okay.
Chairman, may I suggest that you do what I think you said before we took that vote, that you take the 5-minute break and
yes.
use the opportunity to regroup and think about what happens next.
Yes. Did everybody hear that, please? We're going to take 5 minutes now. It's 21:38, and we will resume in 5 minutes' time, and we'll carry on with the meeting.
Chairman, could I ask that you extend that to 10 minutes? I've got children to put to bed. I don't want them up all night.
I'm happy to extend it to 10 minutes. I think we might be here till breakfast, actually.
I'm sorry, I don't think we should do that just for one member. You know, there's a great accretion of 5 minutes.
Yes, I think there are an awful lot of us waiting for our supper. 5 minutes should be sufficient.
Well, I think the chairman's already made her announcement, fellow councillors.
Oh, let's have a bloody debate about this now.
We're not having a bloody debate about this. The chairman.
Excuse me.
Can we move on, Chairman?
Councillor Pipe.
I was just repeating what the member said, Madam Chairman.
No, I don't believe that any member swore.
I believe they did, Madam
I would like you to refrain, Councillor Pipe, from using that language, and I do expect an apology to everybody.
Chairman, perhaps that councillor would like to own up to swearing, seeing as you never heard it.
Did swear, Chairman.
Are we still back at 21:43, or are we now wasted another 2 minutes?
Take the break, please, that has been suggested by the chairman.
If you're speaking, Val, we can't hear you.
Some of these mics are live and when they're live, when they're not, you know. Val, you were actually off a lot of the time on your microphone. Do you know that? And you're
Val,
still
you're on
off
mute.
now. Yeah. It's weird. You cannot off or on.
You're still on mute, Val.
I think she's using a different microphone, though. She said earlier.
Yeah, well, we can't hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we
We've got,
can hear everybody else as well. So if we could remember, we are still live.
Thank
And
you
now
very
Val's
much.
showing as though she's off.
We do have 3 community microphones here, so my laptop mic is off. Otherwise, we get feedback. So, continuing with our agenda, do we have an amendment, a further amendment, please?
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Kate Weller here. I put a note in to make an amendment before you went on our break.
Thank you very much. Would you like to tell me what your amendment is, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll even manage to get my camera on. Thank you. With acknowledgement of the staff workload and our grateful thanks to them for all they have done, I propose, and I've now lost it, just a moment, sorry.
That's all right.
My apologies, Chairman. Right, okay. That a review of the current DC governance be undertaken over the remaining time of this term with a view to a vote prior to the 2024 election on whether the next council is run on a committee or cabinet system, i.e. the change does not take place until 2024. Candidates then standing in election in 2024 will be aware of what system they will be working under. And hopefully Mr. Prosser or Mr. Mayor will be able to put that into council speak if it's not quite right. Thank you very much. And I ask for a seconder, please.
Let's try.
I'll second that. Hawkimber.
Chair, as Les Fry, I'm happy to second that motion from Kate Weller as well for all the reasons given. There's been a lot of good words said today. It's a shame and disappointing with some of the language. We all work really well together. Let's be positive. Let's not take a financial drain out of this, but let's move forward and leave the new council in 2024 knowing when they get elected what they'll be taking on at that time. I think this covers all the bases, what Kate Weller has suggested and proposed, and I wholeheartedly second it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's 2 seconders we have. I will ask Jonathan to repeat your amendment, Kate.
Thank you.
In proper speak, as you say. Sorry, Jonathan.
Chairman, I'm afraid I have not made a note of the words. Can I ask if Susan has got a note of them, please?
Susan, did you take any of that down?
Chairman, I will have part of it, which I'll read back, and I'm sure Councillor Weller can fill in the gaps. So it's with the acknowledgement of staff workload, I propose that a review of the DC governance take place over this current term with a vote before the 2024 election.
Are you happy with that, Kate?
Yeah, it doesn't need all the other bits, but I would like to have in there that we extend our grateful thanks to the staff, because we really do.
Thank you.
Claire Sutton.
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just very, very, very quickly in support. Very disappointed that the amendment was passed, because I just so much wanted us to go back to the original motion, but this is a decent second best, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this second amendment?
Pauline Batstone. Councillor Batstone.
Councillor Batstone.
Query, can we bind our successor authority in that way?
I've been advised that yes, we can.
Thank you.
Flower.
Councillor Spencer Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, given that my amendment is on the table and we're now looking at it to be a substantive item, what's being proposed now is, in my judgment, isn't ideal, but actually it achieves the vast majority of what I was seeking, which is to give our officers that opportunity to recover from the pandemic and take our time, as a number of colleagues have said, to do this in a timely manner. And if it does mean that we make a judgment just prior to the elections, we won't be the first ones to have done it. It wouldn't be what I wanted. I would think the new cohort should have that opportunity. But if that's likely to get strong cross-party support, then I will support it tonight, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flower. Anybody else wants to speak to this amendment?
Councillor Took.
Councillor Took.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll support this amendment. In terms of the question of binding successor councils, we were bound when we started, so I don't see why that should not apply further down the line. But I would support this amendment. I think it works quite well as an excellent compromise, and I'm happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Wolf.
Councillor Wolf.
Chair, I did put a right to speak up on the board.
He's after Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber. I've been advised that you are after Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. My name is before Councillor Kimber's on the chat bar. I still remain very concerned that we are tying the hands of a new council, and this seems rather pointless when we will be making a decision just before the election, which will be implemented just after the election, when we could leave that decision to be implemented just after the election as a result of campaigning. And I think we could have perhaps arrived at this conclusion a lot quicker and not on party grounds had everybody been involved in a much more sensible discussion somewhat earlier. So I think the earlier discussion that this was dividing on party grounds, I think, was caused by the being sprung on us. I'm still very uncomfortable about time.
I think we've lost you, Councillor.
Someone's muted him.
Somebody's muted you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. And again. You're still
I
on
assumed I'd been muted deliberately. I remain very concerned about the tying the hands of our successor council, and I fail to see the point of agreeing a system before the election, which is forced on the new council after the election, when by the waiting of what would be a few days, the new council can, as their very first decision, arrive at a conclusion as to which of the options that we identify they would follow, and they would have the advantages and disadvantages of all of them. And who knows what decision they'd make? That will be up to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wolf.
Councillor Kimber.
Councillor Kimber, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Apologies to Councillor Peter Wolf. I didn't see you above there. This further amendment by Councillor Weller brings together the experience that Councillor Weller has on local government. It gives the officers an opportunity to, as we've said, that the officers are probably tired at the moment. It gives the officers pretty time to look at this and bring it forward for the next council. I think there was enough in the debate that says there's something wrong with our particular system. And I believe the people of Dorset can, when we're looking at this, the amendment, can really be able, we should be encouraging the people of Dorset to come forward with their thoughts as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kimber.
Councillor Lacey Clark.
Councillor Lacey Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. This is something that I've actually been debating quite a lot, this amendment, with, I'm sure I won't mention it, it won't mind me mentioning a name, but Councillor Les Fry, this is something we have been going back and forth on, and I think there were positives and negatives to both making the decision as experienced councillors and then the negative of tying the hands of the new council. I'm right on the fence for this one, but I believe I actually will be supporting it. I think it's something we should look into. I was a bit, yeah, actually, I won't go any further. We've discussed enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lacey Clark.
Councillor Dunseith.
Councillor Dunseith, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, that's it. I think this is a good compromise. I didn't like the idea of the first amendment that we were given, because it was bouncing us into decisions too quickly. I think we need a pause. We need to stop. We need to get the council working together again, face-to-face meetings, the public coming in to the help points, etc., etc. Give the council staff time to have their breaks, have their leave, give a pause, and then get to work looking on what we want to do. Next steps. And I think this amendment is very sensible. If anything, I'd like to see it worked on 2022 and then maybe implemented in the last year if council decided to make a change. But nevertheless, no, that's just
I think
me.
you're muddying the waters, Councillor.
No, I'm just saying that was just an aside. Forgive me, that was just an aside. Thinking out loud, sorry. I think this is a sensible compromise. It's sensible for councillors to have their say, decide how we go forward, looking at all of the options, and giving us time to decide as a council how we would like to go forward. And I think the timing's good, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dunseith.
Councillor Mark Roberts.
Councillor Mark Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm most interested in this amendment because it rather pleases me, although I cannot support it. I cannot tie the hands of the next council, but it does suggest that the proponents of this are absolutely certain they're not going to be the majority party and wish to tie the hands of the majority party, which they have already assumed will be us again. So I do not wish to tie the hands of us again, so I cannot support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Ray Bryan, please.
Thank you, Chairman. There's an old saying, you act in haste, repent in sorrow, and this is exactly where we're heading. I do believe that the option to as to how the new council works should be left with the new council. When we formed this council, we had a lot of new members that joined us with a certain amount of lack of experience. That's actually been shown by some of the debate tonight, and I do hope that we will go with the original amendment, although I congratulate Councillor Weller on bringing this amendment for discussion. Unfortunately, I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bryan. Councillor Turner.
Yes, sorry,
Councillor Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm working now. Yes, I am. I'm quite content with Kate's amendment. I got to confess, it's a compromise, as the leader suggests, but I think it's a good one. We seem to also be missing the point that if a referendum is called, we will not be determining that outcome. So I think that compromise that Kate is suggesting may well offset the need for a referendum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Suttle.
Thank you, Chair. I found I supported the original amendment, which I found palatable. and very reasonable. I find this further amendment extremely difficult to support. I think it shows all that is probably wrong with the council. It shows a level of arrogance that our opinion is of greater import than those who succeed us. And I think that we should do as the original amendment says and allow those who follow us to choose how they adopt governance of this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Staffel. Councillor Shortell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a little bit concerned about this because we're dictating to a future council what their structure would be, instead of leaving it to them to decide how they present their case to the electorate. It's, you know, how can a council before the end of its term then dictate how the future term of a council should be? Because, you know, that's a little bit arrogant, as someone has said. So I won't be supporting that. I'll leave it up to the future councillors who are up for re-election to actually determine how the new future council would be in their referendum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shortell. Councillor Knox.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to say that I think that what we've got at the moment is an opportunity through the chairman and the committee structure to include others, not just us, to determine and influence decisions through the committee system. So we have a committee system which includes all of the relevant bodies throughout Dorset. And I don't think that's something that we should actually dismiss. It's really, really, really important. And the chairman of the overviews and the scrutiny committees, they are at the moment allowed to include all sorts of people who can influence and discuss and decide and help us to reach decisions. So I think that actually we've got a pretty good structure because it's not political. It includes all sorts of people who we would not have if we went to a totally committee structure just with Dorset councillors.
Thank you very much, Councillor Knox. Councillor Jesperson.
Mute me. Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I understand where the proposal of this amendments are, what their motivation, and I respect that. But I can't see that this amendment really adds anything of value. The original amendment, which we have just voted in favour of, allows us to consider the position with all the in good time and with great care, and to put an options paper which will allow the incoming council to consider our options paper and make a decision very quickly. It also allows those people who are particularly passionate. I haven't got a view either way. I've never worked in a committee system, so I'm completely open-minded, but it does allow those people who are particularly passionate one way or another to put that in their election manifesto and say that that's what they will be supporting if that's an important political point in their area. So I won't be supporting this amendment. I respect the intention behind it, but I don't think it adds anything, and I think we would be much better off to do the work in a careful way and put an options paper, having done all the work, which will mean the incoming council, whoever they may be, will be in a position to make a decision at their very first meeting as to whether they want to, whichever route they want to take. And that way we overcome the difficulty that some people don't care for of binding the hands of the future council, but we do all the work in advance. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jesperson. Our last request to speak goes to Councillor John Worth, and then we will go to the vote on this.
No, it's Susan Cocking. John Worth said move to the vote.
Yes, and you've got Susan Cocking.
Okay.
It's only just a quick comment here. Hello, can you hear me?
I do. I was Councillor Worth I was expecting to hear from.
No, I just put a message in that can we move to the vote? I think we've heard a lot of different opinions.
We have. Councillor Cocking, could you make it fairly short and sharp, please?
Yeah, I will. It's just a lot of people have been going on about if we vote for this amendment that we will be deciding what a future council will be doing without them having any say. But we have been working under the guise of what the shadow cabinet did of the former Dorset County Council. So we're already working under the guise of what they decided. So it will be no different if we decide to vote for this amendment on what a previous Dorset County Council did. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cocking. Jonathan wants a word, please.
Chairman, it's just before you go to a vote, I just wanted to confirm the legal position around a referendum, because comments have been made during the debate about the potential for a referendum to be forced upon you, and then the position to in effect be dictated to the council. So while you've been having the debate, I've checked the regulations, and in summary, what the regulations say is that if a petition gathers 5% support of the Dorset electorate, so that's the validation figure of approximately 14,000 votes, then there would have to be a referendum, but that referendum would be held on the next ordinary date of elections. So in fact, any referendum would not occur until the elections of May 2024, meaning that its outcome would bite upon the new council, not upon this council. So in case that's relevant to members' deliberations, that is the legal position.
Thank you for that clarification, Jonathan. Right. We have heard, could we have please a repeat of the amendment? I think you've got it, haven't you, Jonathan? Susan, do you think you could repeat what we're going to vote on?
Yes, so with the acknowledgement of the staff workload and thanks to all of the staff, it is proposed that a review of the Dorset Council governance takes place over this current term with a vote taken before the 2024 election.
Thank you very much. So that's what we're going to be voting on now. Could you put, please, the voting form in the chat bar? Susan?
The voting form is now in the chat bar, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Susan, as Councillor O'Leary, I'd like to vote against this amendment, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Susan, it's Councillor Gibson. I'd like to vote for the amendment, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gibson.
Hello, Susan, Councillor Jean Seath here.
Hello.
Something's gone wrong with my computer, so I can't vote. Can I say I will vote for this amendment?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Seath. Yep. Chairman, I haven't had a vote yet from Councillor Rebecca Knox.
Okay,
or from Councillor Roland Tarr. If they could let me know which way they would like to vote so we can count those votes, please. Is Councillor Knox there? No. Okay.
Councillor Knox, can you hear? Obviously
No.
not. Councillor Tarr, are you there?
I'm hearing I voted in favour.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knox, are you there? Okay, well.
Okay, Chairman. Just looking at the spreadsheet just to see if there's anybody else who hasn't voted.
Thank you.
Okay, so the result of that vote is that there are 48 votes in favour of the amendment and 30 votes against. So the amendment has won.
Thank you very much. So my understanding is that it now becomes the substantive motion, and we will now vote on that. Thank you.
Taxes on sugar and salt in processed food, even though Mr. Johnson hadn't finished reading it. Among its other suggestions, that GPs should be able to prescribe fresh fruit.
Chairman, would you like me to put the substantive vote in the chat bar now?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Sorry.
The vote is in the chat bar, Chairman. If members would like to vote now on the substantive motion.
Susan, it's Councillor O'Leary again. I'd like to vote no to this.
Thank you very much, Susan.
Thank you.
Sorry, Susan, just as a point of clarity, this is the original motion that we're now voting on.
No, this is the motion that's just gone through from Councillor Weller. That was
Haven't we
voted
just
for.
voted on that?
Yes, and now this is the substantive motion.
Just to provide clarity for all members, the amendment that was proposed by Councillor Weller was supported. It's now become the substantive motion, and you're voting on the substantive motion, which is
Okay, it's getting late. I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I voted on this as Councillor Ireland. Almost. Tricky.
I'm really sorry, everyone. It's Councillor Sutton here, but I don't. Are we having two votes on the same Kate Weller motion?
Yes, we are, Claire.
Okay,
yes,
so I need to vote the same for both of them. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I'm now completely confused. I understood this to be the substantive motion, i.e. Councillor Ireland's motion, motion that we're voting on now. Am I incorrect?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the substantive, the motion that's on the screen is what I understood we were voting on.
No.
Well, then it really shouldn't be on the screen, should it?
Could we provide some clarity? Because we've just voted on Councillor Weller's motion amendment, which was carried.
Right, now it's a substantive motion.
That now
Which
becomes
is Councillor
members, could I suggest that we have one conversation, please? Otherwise, all members are going to pile in on a conversation here. So, forgive me if I need to set out the rules for how a motion is debated. That you voted for an amendment, which was carried, and you do have a flow chart. After you vote on that amendment, that then becomes the substantive motion, and you go to a vote on the substantive motion. The chairman is very clearly voting on the substantive motion, which is what you've just voted for as an amendment. You are not voting on the original motion proposed by Councillor Nick Ireland, because that was superseded by the amendment that you just voted for. However, Councillor Sutton is quite correct. You're now voting for the same amendment again as the substantive motion.
Okay, understood, Chief Executive. Thank you very much for the clarity. It's Councillor Laura Miller. I have voted in the digital vote, and I need to change my vote because I
don't think you can, Councillor Miller.
Clear on this at all because okay.
I'm sorry, we did read it out.
Yeah, I understand.
I did ask Susan to read out before the vote. With a bit of luck, you would have voted the same way as.
Well, you wouldn't
vote. Well, I'm terribly sorry, but it does say in the notes that were sent to you yesterday, with a copy of the flow chart, that you can't change your mind once you've voted electronically. I'm terribly sorry.
Councillors, there's a lot of chat going on in the chat book. Councillor Brooks, no, the substantive motion is not the amendment put forward by the leader. That was voted on, but then the second amendment was brought forward by Councillors Kate Weller, seconded by Councillor Fry. You just voted on that, and that was carried. So that becomes the substantive motion. So you've now just voted on that substantive motion. Susan, can you just read the notes out again? Thank you.
So you would like me to call out the amendment from Kate Weller?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So with the acknowledgement of the staff workload and thanks to all of the staff, it is proposed that a review of the Dorset Council governance takes place over this term with a vote before the 2024 election.
It's proposed on the screen. That had the original one on it.
That is what you have just voted on as now as a substantive motion. Susan, do we have the results?
Chairman, the votes are still just coming in, but I shall just check them now for you.
Susan,
there. Sorry.
So Susan, it's Councillor Simon Gibson. I was waiting for some clarification. I will vote in favour of the substantive
You're voting
motion.
in favour. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Okay, the votes in favour of the substantive motion are 47, against 25 and 2 abstentions. Then the substantive motion is now carried as a minded to motion.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologise that the original motion was on the screen, which I think probably confused some people, and it is complicated. That's why you get this very colourful flow chart. Anyway, I would now like to ask, if I can find my words, Matt Prosser to take the formal decision under delegated powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, before I go ahead, could one of the members who've got their television on in the background turn off their microphone, please? Thank you. So having taken into account the background information presented and having listened to the debate and the two votes taken on amendments, and taking this into account, what councillors would have been minded to decide if they'd been able to make a decision this evening. My decision is to approve the amended motion as set out by Councillor Kate Weller, seconded by Councillor Les Fry. I'm not going to read the detailed words, I don't have them in front of me, but to bring forward a governance option paper that sets out the governance options for a full council to vote on prior to the 2024 election. The exact wording Susan read out shortly before us. Thank you.
Could I raise a point of order, Chair?
Thank you very much, Matt.
Could I raise a point of order, Chair?
You can.
My point of order is to the Chief Executive. There were 2 seconders, myself as well.
Yeah. It was double seconded, actually. To be fair, I think.
Chairman, if I can help to the extent, that it's relevant, I believe that Councillor Kimber was the first person to second the amendment moved by Councillor Weller.
Yes.
And we can record that in the minutes.
Thank you. That could be recorded in the minutes.
Sorry, point of order, Chairman. If you go back and check the chat, I think you will find with the timestamps, Councillor Les Fry was the first to second it. Councillor Kimber then spoke afterwards and asked to second it. But Councillor Fry put it in the chat first.
Chairman, if I can just clarify that the chat is not available to the public. It's not part of the either visible or heard meeting. And therefore, I think what matters is what members of the public observing the meeting will have seen and heard.
Okay, well, thank you for that. We will now move to agenda item 15, social mobility in Dorset, and Councillor Gary Suttle, Chairman of the Executive Advisory Panel for Economic Growth, will propose the recommendations. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Not my role. Hello? Chair?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Councillor Suttle.
I believe this is either Councillor Ferrari. It's not my role. I'm not the portfolio holder for this.
Chairman, if I may, I'm Selborne Executive Director for Place. As this report comes in my name, can I clarify the matter?
Yes, please.
A motion that originally came from Council, as the report stated, is now being reported back as the other items were earlier in your meeting this evening. Quite correctly, at the time this was referred to the Economic Development Executive Advisory Panel, Councillor Suttle was the chair of that and the portfolio holder at the time. As the issue has moved on and now is reported in terms of the current portfolio arrangements, Councillor Parry is responsible for the matter of skills, and therefore, although the report is made in my name, it comes from Councillor Parry as the portfolio holder. I see Councillor Parry has come on camera, so may wish to speak, but if not, Chairman, I'd be happy to assist and give members any context.
Thank you very much for the explanation. I apologise, Councillor Suttle, for putting you on the spot there. So, Councillor Parry, perhaps you can help us.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for calling me to speak on this matter. You will see there is a report to Council tonight that outlines 4 clear recommendations. First recommendation, that we welcome the Economic Development Strategy approved by Cabinet on the 28th of July 2020. It recognises the important part that the strategy will play in improving social mobility throughout Dorset. Note that the lead responsibilities of the Cabinet Member for Children, Education, Skills and Early Help and the Executive Director for Place in relation to economic development, the improving of social mobility. Agrees that strategic alliance be formed with partners and community representatives to build upon the objectives of the economic development strategy by co-producing a targeted plan to improve social mobility in Dorset. And the 4th item recommendation is asked that the Place and Resources Scrutiny Committee undertake quarterly monitoring of progress towards achieving the objectives of the economic development strategy and the plans to improve social mobility in Dorset as part of our ongoing performance management scrutiny responsibility. Madam Chairman, I don't intend to speak at length on this matter, as it is very much an ongoing piece of work, but I do hope I will enjoy support across council on what we all recognise to be a matter of great importance. And if I may just indulge in a little bit of tongue in cheek, as a young lad growing up with a political interest, I certainly saw inspiration in social mobility when the grocer's daughter from Grantham and the boy from the back street of Brixton both went on to be Prime Minister. And I sincerely hope, and nothing would make me prouder, if a similar opportunity but were to befall a Dorset child growing up today.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Parry. Do we have a seconder for this, please?
I'll second that. Councillor Posker, it's Councillor Somper.
Thank you. Somper.
That's Councillor Sutton. Chair, could put a point of order, please.
Yes.
In advance, I'd already agreed to be the seconder for this. I thought you were aware of
Get
that.
in then.
IT trouble.
Madam Chairman, if I may, I'd be delighted if Councillor Barrow could be a seconder for this. And as we've seen on previous items, perhaps in support of Councillor Jane Somper in her Leeds member for safeguarding. It would be.
Thank you very much. Councillor Somper, are you happy with that?
I am. It was simply no one spoke up, so I was very happy to second that.
Thank you very much for the offer. And we will accept Councillor Pete Barrow's seconding of this recommendation. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure there's sighs all round because I know everyone's very tired and some of us haven't had dinner yet. But this is really important, so I do have a few things to say. We're all well aware of the issues here. For the poorest part of Dorset to have the lowest social mobility of 533 constituencies should, I'm sorry to say, be a source of shame to us all in what is, after all, a reasonably prosperous county. This has further intensified over the past 18 months. Since the pandemic began, young people have suffered more in terms of losing their jobs and poor mental health. And house prices in Weymouth and Portland, already unaffordable to many in our low wage economy, have risen by around 9% in the last year. On the upside, there are real signs that Dorset Council, unlike Dorset County Council, in my experience, is taking this seriously. This should not be about parochialism or party politics, and I pay tribute to Councillors Flower, Suttle and Ferrari, and now Andrew Parry, for the leadership on this. Of course, I welcome and support the economic development strategy, but we know there's a long way to go. So I have two questions. Given that it is critical to address social mobility in Weymouth and Portland in particular, and that it has already taken us 2 years to get to this point, although I understand some of the reasons why, can the Cabinet please provide assurance that delivering this strategy really is a priority? And my second question, what progress has been made to date towards Dorset Council adopting the real living wage for its staff? That would make such a difference for, you know, poorly paid young people all over the county, but perhaps especially in Weymouth and Portland. Many thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have a response, please, for Councillor Sutton?
Madam Chairman, if I may, the direction was to Cabinet. It may be an opportunity for the leader to give his views. I know he has shown great interest in wanting to improve social mobility outcomes for our children and young people, and to be fair, and our adult residents as well. I know that as obviously head of Cabinet, he may wish to give that assurance.
Thank you very much. Councillor Flower.
Well, thank you very much for letting me come in, Chairman, and one or two other speakers as well. But I'm more than happy to endorse what Andrew's very eloquently set out tonight. It's a really, really important piece of work. You know, I'm very strong around trying to lift people, get their skills up, give them a better chance in life. So very, very supportive of this approach. And I realise how Gary got in the seat in the first place, because back a year or so ago, he did in fact chair the EAP, but then it moved on and Andrew's involved with this area of skills development. But really, really important. I hope colleagues across the chamber give a wholehearted support for what we got before us this evening. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flower. We have Councillor O'Leary wishing to speak.
I'm
Very briefly.
I'm very sorry, Madam Chair, but my questions weren't answered. I posed two very specific questions. Do I need to repeat them?
Perhaps you'd better had, thank you.
Okay, thanks. They are, given the issues, can the Cabinet please provide assurance that delivering this strategy really is a priority? That's the first question. And the second question is, what progress has been made to date towards Dorset Council adopting the real living wage for its staff? Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody able to answer those questions for Councillor Sutton, or could we send her a response?
Able to, Chair. Councillor Suttle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think, as you know, Councillor Sutton, I took this incredibly seriously, and I really did my absolute utmost to create a working party that worked with all political parties and groups to produce a strategy that I would be incredibly disappointed to find that the Cabinet was not behind, and I'm sure 100% that they are. Delivering this, I see as part of the success of this council, not just from the current party, but also over all parties. I see it as that, as you said, so almost disgraceful that we are bottom. I could not believe that. I believe that in a affluent county, which predominantly Dorset is, that we should be able to do so much better. And that is why I took this matter so much to heart. As to the real living wage, I absolutely understand your point, but I really do need to see the economics of this. And I will come back to you with that and get a piece of work done, because once again, just as I see the social mobility as crucial to the success of Dorset, I see this also as an integral part. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Suttle. Right, back to Councillor Louis O'Leary.
Thank you. I was born and raised in Weymouth, lived all my life. It's not just about these make work schemes, these public sector schemes, what we're doing for the public sector. It's about getting, as the leader said earlier, apprentices. It's about getting people for the skills and skills for the people. We used to have a thriving, and we still do have some of it, a thriving engineering sector down here in Weymouth. I know a lot of work's going into that. It's about getting sustainable, non-seasonal, private sector, reliable jobs that are skilled and non-seasonal. That's the best way. And then through that, you solve a lot of the other problems that we face down here, and also in the rural areas, which we often forget about, that also have high levels of deprivation. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Leary. Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Taylor, please. Jill Taylor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I very much support this paper. I think it's really well written, and I think the recommendations are extremely good. However, I just would like to make a point that inequalities are a huge subject. They're far bigger than just the economy. I appreciate the economy is very important, but it really is a lot bigger than that. In response to this, I'd just like to announce that on the 3rd of August, there will be a series of webinars which will replace the People and Health Scrutiny Committee on inequalities, and I've got a number of speakers coming to that. And I would like to encourage all councillors to come along to that, and also to partake in the workshops that will come out of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Flower.
Been.
You've been.
Councillor Barrow.
Councillor Barrow, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I prepared a little speech, but I'll forgo that because it's getting late and I think everything that needs to be said has been said. Apologies for not coming in a second or earlier. I have some IT troubles getting the mute to come off. I think this has got widespread support. Can I suggest that we move to the vote?
Thank you very much. Councillor Kimber, would you be happy if we move to the vote?
Yeah, I've got just a very brief statement, Chair. This started some years ago, and I wanted to recall my thanks to the public that also worked on this, particularly around Weymouth and Portland. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kimber. I think you have the recommendation on screen in front of you. There are 4 of them, and we're going to take them en bloc, please. So hopefully you'll be able to vote on screen any moment now.
Chairman, the vote's in the chat bar now.
Thank you very much.
Susan, is Councillor O'Leary in favour?
Hello, Louis. In favour, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan, it's Councillor Gibson in favour also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Chairman, I'm just waiting for the last few votes to come in. I think Councillor Knox had problems voting before. Councillor Knox, are you okay this time?
Thank you, Susan. It says I voted.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Chairman, I've received 72 votes in favour of the recommendations and 1 vote against. So the minded to decision is carried.
Thank you very much. So, following debate, we've taken the minded to view, and I'm now going to ask John Salgren, please, to take the formal decision under delegated powers.
Thank you, Chairman. And I can confirm that having been present at the original debate of Council on the 18th of July 2019, where this matter was first proposed, and the subsequent EAP meetings where this matter was discussed and the strategy developed, and the strategy endorsed by Cabinet last year. Having heard your debate on the matter this evening and reviewed the paper that you have before you on the agenda, it is my decision to enact the 4 recommendations that are on the agenda paper this evening.
Thank you very much, John. Agenda item 16 is urgent items. There are no urgent items. And agenda item 17, exempt business. You'll be pleased to know there's no exempt business either. So at 22:39, sorry, shouldn't look on the chat. At 22:40, I will close the meeting and thank you for your attendance. It's been a long one, but I think we made some progress. Thank you. Good night.